Hello there. Tonight, we are going somewhere very old. Somewhere that existed long before the samurai, long before the shogun, long before the castles and the swords and the maps that we draw on paper to say where Japan begins and ends. We are going back to the beginning, to the islands as they were in the 3rd century, when the forests were deep and unbroken, when the rice paddies were still learning to hold water, when the line between the human world and the spirit world was thin enough that certain people could cross it. And one of those people was a queen. Her name was Himiko. The Chinese records call her a woman who bewitched the people, who governed through magic, who was so rarely seen that the thousands who served her entire lives may have only heard her voice through a silk curtain. She was not a warrior. She was something rarer than that. She was the bridge, the specific, ancient, entirely particular kind of person who understands that the world of men and the world of the gods are not separate things, and who has learned to stand between them. Tonight, her story is yours. Before we begin, if you find yourself drifting, if the weight of your day begins to lift, if the voice and the history carry you somewhere quiet and deep, that is exactly what this is for. This channel exists for the specific, rare, entirely personal experience of falling asleep to the ancient world. If tonight is your first night here, welcome. You are exactly where you need to be. If you have been here before, you already know what comes next. And if this kind of rest, this kind of slow, ancient, unhurried journey into history is something you want more of, the subscribe button is there. It is small, it costs nothing, and it means that the next story will find you when you need it. Now, set down whatever you are carrying. Let your shoulders drop. Let your jaw unclench. Let the screen go dark if you need to. The voice will carry you. Close your eyes. The modern world is behind you now. Its urgency, its noise, its insistence that everything requires your attention right now. All of it falling away, slowly, the way the light fades at the end of a very long day. You are standing on the Yamato plain, but not the plain of today, the plain of 2,000 years ago, before the cities, before the roads, before the endless accumulated weight of everything that came after. The air here is different. It is heavier, cooler, carrying the specific scent of a world that is still mostly forest, still mostly river, still mostly the patient, geological, entirely unhurried reality of an island chain that does not know yet what it will become. The mist is low over the rice paddies. The silver grass at the edge of the settlement is moving in a wind that has been moving through this valley since before anyone alive was born. Shh. Shh. Somewhere in the settlement, in a room you cannot enter, behind a curtain of silk that no one but the chosen few will ever pass, a woman is listening. She is always listening, This is her gift, and her burden, and her power, and her loneliness. She is the oracle. She is Himiko. And tonight, in the quiet of whatever room you are in whatever country you are listening from, in whatever hour of the night this is for you, her story is beginning. Inhale, and the ancient world opens. Exhale, and you settle into its particular, unhurried depth. Just breathe. The history is patient. It has been waiting 2,000 years for exactly this moment. It can wait a little longer while you get comfortable. Shh. We begin. Listen. Just listen to the sound of the silence as it stretches, thin and eternal, across the islands of the ancient East. You are no longer in the world of flickering lights, of cold glass, and of rapid, racing thoughts. Feel the modern age dissolving. It is shedding away from you, layer by layer, like thinning smoke from a dying fire, or like the bark of an ancient cedar tree falling into the dark forest floor. You are drifting backward through the heavy curtains of time. You are standing at the very threshold of the Yayoi era, a vast, emerald expanse where time is no longer measured in hours or minutes, but in the slow, rhythmic, and inevitable growth of a single grain of rice. The air here is different. It is heavy and dense with the scent of a world that is only just beginning to wake up from a 10,000-year slumber. It is the scent of the eternal mist, a thick, humid and luminous grey veil that has descended from the high, sacred peaks to wrap the entire world in a soft, silken and protective cocoon. Close your eyes now and feel the profound coolness of that mist as it brushes against your face. It is not a cold that bites or startles, but a deep, pervasive moisture that grounds you, reminding you of your primal connection to the dark, ancient earth. This is the petrichor of the ancient Japanese wetlands, a profound and layering aroma of damp cedarwood, waterlogged moss, and the sweet, heavy scent of peat that has been resting, undisturbed, since the dawn of memory. In this stillness, the islands themselves are breathing. The land is not a silent, dead object. It is a living, pulsating presence, a great mother, and you are standing at its very center, feeling its slow, tectonic heartbeat vibrating through the soft soles of your bare feet. Beneath you, the earth is not solid, unyielding stone. It is a world of liquid soil, the silken, dark and fertile mud of the very first rice paddies. Feel yourself sinking slowly, 1 inch, then another, as the earth welcomes you home. The mud is cool, yielding, and incredibly soft, rising slowly between your toes, like a silken embrace of the deepest peace. This is the mud of the transition, the era of the deep, shadowed forests, the long, wandering era of the Jomon ancestors who hunted the great deer and gathered the bitter acorns, is beginning to soften and change. The people are leaving the protection of the high cliffs and the safety of the ancient caves to settle here, in these vast, mirrored plains of water. They are bringing with them a new kind of magic, the magic of the grain, the magic of the seed. And as you stand here in the absolute silence, you can feel that change happening within your own marrow. Not as a loud, violent event, but as a slow, inevitable, and beautiful saturation of the soul. Squelch, drip, squelch. Every microscopic movement you make is echoed by the earth itself. The land is drinking the rain, thirsty for the sky's gift. Listen to the drizzle as it falls from the infinite, leaden grey sky. It is a soft, persistent and hypnotic sound, a million tiny travellers landing on the mirrored surface of the flooded fields. Patter, patter, patter. Each drop creates a tiny, perfect and expanding circle in the water. 1,000 ripples meeting, crossing and disappearing in a rhythmic dance that has no beginning and no end. This is the heartbeat of the Yayoi, the rhythm of agriculture, the rhythm of waiting. The people of this time understand a truth that has been forgotten, that life is not something to be rushed, forced, or conquered. It is something to be nurtured in the dark silence of the soil, something to be watched with a boring, profound, and beautiful patience. Amidst this infinite sea of mist and mud, there is a girl. She is sitting on the wooden edge of a high-floor granary, her feet dangling just above the dark, unmoving water of the paddy. She is wrapped in a coarse, hand-woven robe of hemp, the rough fibres feeling grounding and honest against her skin. She is not yet the queen. She is not yet the legend that the chronicles of the Great Way will one day call Himiko. She is simply a soul, listening to the world as it breathes. While the others in the village hear only the rain, the birds, and the wind, she hears the voice that lives deep within them. She hears the frequency of the spirits, the kami, as they move through the tall, silver miscanthus grass at the edge of the dark forest. The wind moves through the grass with a long, dry and rhythmic hiss. Shh, shh. The slender blades of grass lean into each other, swaying in a slow, hypnotic wave, back and forth, back and forth. They are the messengers of the deep mountains, carrying the ancient memories of the ancestors down to the silent plains. The girl closes her eyes and lets the sound wash over her entire being. She is learning to be a vessel. She is learning that to hear the gods, you must first become as empty and as silent as a ceramic jar. You must let the mist enter your mind until there are no thoughts left, no worries, no names, only the pure sensation of existence. Only the vibration of the wind. Breathe in the grey mist. Let it fill your lungs with the wisdom of the rain. Breathe out the silence. Let it carry away the weight of your tired mind. The scent of a small, smouldering hearth fire drifts through the heavy air, mingling with the moisture of the rain. It is the smell of roasting grain, dried seaweed and mountain herbs, the comforting smell of the village circle. It is a warm, earthly sound, but for the girl it feels distant, ghostly, as if she is watching the world from the bottom of a deep, crystal-clear well. She is the bridge, and a bridge is always alone, stretched between the world of men and the world of shadows. This is her first sacred taste of the divine loneliness. It is not an empty void. It is a space that the universe itself fills with its own ancient and subharmonic music. She feels the pulse of the earth rising through the wooden stilts of the granary, a low, powerful thrum that matches the swelling of the rice seeds in the dark mud below. Look at the single grain of rice she holds in the center of her palm. It is tiny, hard, and unremarkable to the eye. Yet within its golden, protective husk, it carries the entire blueprint of a civilization. It holds the ancient heat of the sun and the cold memory of the rain. As she holds it, she feels a tiny, thrumming vibration, the life force of 1,000 years waiting to be released. This is the beginning of the Great Ascension, the transformation of a scattered, wandering people into a unified, powerful empire. But it does not begin with a war or a shout. It begins here, in this boring, quiet moment of a girl listening to the mud. It begins with the profound realization that the gods do not always speak in thunder and fire. They speak in the sound of a single, solitary drop of rain hitting a broad leaf. Tink. The sound is microscopic, almost invisible, yet it rings through the very center of her being like a great bronze bell. The mist around her begins to swirl and turn, forming slow, ethereal and ghostly shapes in the dim twilight. These are the first faces in the smoke, the first shadows of the Kido, the way of the spirits. She does not move. She does not blink. She is as still and as permanent as a stone mirror reflecting the infinite sky. The transition is complete. The girl has found the frequency of the land. And as the majestic, indigo night begins to settle over the wet fields, she realizes that she will never be just a girl of the village again. She has become the first breath of the oracle, the first sigh of the great queen. Feel your own breathing slowing down now, matching her deliberate, ancient rhythm. The water of the paddies is dark, obsidian and unmoving. The wind in the grass has softened to a mere, ghostly whisper. The weight of the mist is now a warm blanket of comfort, tucking your soul into the protective soil of the past. There is no more labor to perform. There is no more time to count. There is only the rain, only the mud, and the slow, beautiful and eternal pulse of the ancient islands. Sink down, further and further, into the grey, into the silence, into the absolute peace of the very first grain. Let the history books fade into a distant dream. Let the names of the kings and the dates of the ancient battles dissolve into the petrichor of the marsh. You are a part of the earth now. You are a part of the mist. You are the oracle's first, silent breath. The dawn of the Yayoi is here, and it is as quiet, as majestic, and as peaceful as a falling shadow across the water. Listen. Listen to the shift in the world around you. The infinite grey mist of the marshes is still there, pressing against the wooden walls of the village, but you are moving inward now. You are moving toward the flickering, orange heart of the Yayoi settlement. Leave the silken mud of the paddies behind for a moment and feel the transition from the damp chill of the morning to the dry, radiating warmth of the communal hearth. This is the space where the raw elements of nature are transformed by the patient hands of your ancestors. It is a world defined by two ancient, sacred sounds: the rhythmic scrape of the stone and the soft, hypnotic crackle of the eternal fire. Close your eyes and imagine yourself sitting on a mat of woven rushes, deep within the shadows of a great pit dwelling. The air here is different from the mist outside. It is thick and textured, carrying the heavy, resinous perfume of seasoned cedar and the dry, sharp scent of parched grain. You can feel the residual heat from the central hearth soaking into your skin, a gentle, pervasive warmth that unties the knots in your tired muscles. In the center of the room, a fire is smouldering. Not a raging blaze, but a steady, deliberate accumulation of embers that have been nurtured for generations. The flames are low and languid, dancing with a slow 1/F fluctuation that matches the natural rhythm of your own heart. Snap, pop, hiss. Listen to the language of the wood as it surrenders to the heat. A small pocket of sap bursts within a cedar log, releasing a tiny spark that drifts upward into the dark, soot-stained rafters. You watch it rise, a solitary, golden star in the man-made night of the dwelling, until it vanishes into the thick, protective blanket of smoke. The smoke itself is a living thing, curling and twisting in the dim light, weaving a shifting tapestry of shadows across the faces of the silent elders. This is the ghost in the raft, the ancient belief that the fire is a gateway to the ancestors. As you breathe in the wood smoke, you are breathing in the history of every hearth that has ever burned on these islands. Now, listen to the second sound, the sound of the civilization being carved from the earth. Scrape, swish, scrape. In the corner of the dwelling, a young man is hunched over a large, flat slab of volcanic basalt. He is polishing a stone reaping knife, the ishibocho. It is a crescent-shaped tool designed to harvest the very rice you saw growing in the mist. His movements are slow, deliberate, and perfectly repetitive. He pushes the blade across the wet surface of the grinding stone, applying a steady, rhythmic pressure that has been refined through years of labor. Scrape, swish, scrape. The sound is dry and earthy, a vibration that resonates through the floorboards and into your very bones. It is the sound of the Yayoi transition, the bridge between the sharp, jagged flint of the Jomon hunters and the smooth, efficient tools of the settled farmers. Feel the texture of that sound in your mind. Imagine the fine, grey slurry of stone dust and water forming on the grinding slab, a liquid shadow of the tool itself. With every stroke, the stone becomes more than just a piece of the mountain. It becomes a partner in the survival of the village. It is being imbued with the patience and the intent of the maker. This is the boring, essential work that allows the empire to rise, one polished edge at a time. The girl, the future queen, is watching him. She does not see just a man sharpening a tool. She sees the flow of energy from the stone into the hand, and from the hand into the grain. She is focused on the frequency of the friction. To her, the scrape of the stone is a prayer, a slow, rhythmic chant that honors the spirits of the earth. She reaches out and touches a finished blade resting beside her. It is cool, almost icy, and the edge is so smooth it feels like frozen water. She runs her thumb along the flat of the blade, feeling the microscopic undulations of the stone. It is a physical memory of the thousands of hours spent in the shadows of the fire. Thud, thud, thud. From outside, the sound of the communal mortar reaches through the walls. The women are dehusking the grain, their heavy wooden pestles rising and falling in perfect unison. It is a deep, percussive heartbeat that anchors the entire village to the present moment. Thud, thud, thud. Each strike is a declaration of presence. We are here. We are feeding the future. We are part of the cycle. The girl closes her eyes and merges these sounds together. The crackle of the fire, the scrape of the stone, and the heartbeat of the pestle. They form a complex, subharmonic symphony of the yayoi, a soundscape of absolute, grounding peace. As the fire dies down to a deep crimson glow, the shadows in the room begin to lengthen and merge. The girl looks into the center of the embers, where the heat is most intense. There, hidden in the deepest part of the flame, is a secret. A new element is beginning to whisper to her. Bronze. The elders have begun to talk of a substance that is born of fire, but becomes harder than stone. A substance that rings with a voice like the heavens themselves. She has not yet seen the great mirrors or the ornate bells, but she can feel their impending arrival in the vibration of the air. It is a metallic, shimmering frequency that cuts through the earthy silence of the stone. But for now, the stone is enough. The fire is enough. The repetition is enough. Feel the profound, ancient fatigue settling into your own limbs as you listen to the rhythmic scrape. The work of the day is finishing, and the world is surrendering to the warmth of the hearth. The air in the dwelling is still and heavy, a silken cocoon that protects you from the infinite mist outside. Every sound is being muffled by the thick thatch of the roof and the soft, packed earth of the floor. You are being tucked into the history of the soil, held by the ancestors who sat by this same fire 2,000 years ago. Scrape, swish, snap, pop, thud. The rhythm is slowing down. The man puts aside his stone blade and wipes his hands on his hemp robe. The women leave the mortars and return to their fires. The village is exhaling its final, silent breath of the day. The girl bows her head, her spirit finally coming to rest in the orange glow of the embers. She is the bridge between the stone and the bronze, the silence and the song, the earth and the sky. And you are there with her, drifting slowly into the deep, dark indigo of the yayoi night. Let the sound of the fire carry your worries away. Let the rhythm of the stone grind down your racing thoughts until they are nothing but dust. You are safe in the circle of the moat. You are protected by the spirits of the hearth. The transition is gentle. The history is soft. Sink down further and further into the warmth, into the shadow, into the peace. The stone is at rest. The fire is at peace. And so are you. Listen. Listen to the widening of the world. The orange glow of the village hearth is still warm against your back, but your spirit is expanding now, reaching out beyond the protective circle of the deep moat and the sharp wooden fences of the settlement. The Yayoi is no longer just a collection of isolated islands of life in a sea of mist. It is becoming a tapestry, a complex, interlocking web of 100 small countries, the Kuni, each one breathing with its own rhythm, yet all of them beginning to feel the same tectonic shift in the soul of the land. You are standing at the very edge of the village territory, where the cultivated fields meet the untamed whispers of the deep, ancient forest. Feel the scale of this transformation as it settles over you with a majestic, heavy slowness. Close your eyes and listen to the distant sounds that the wind carries from across the mountains and the hidden valleys. It is a sound of 100 different fires burning, 100 different mortars thudding in the twilight, 100 different voices chanting to the same rising moon. The isolation of the old world is dissolving, replaced by a profound and shimmering connectivity. This is the birth of Wa, the great harmony. But harmony does not always come with ease. It comes with a weight of responsibility, a weight of shared destiny. And the girl sitting on the high floor granary can feel this weight pressing against her chest like a cool bronze plate. She is no longer just listening to the voice of her own village. She is listening to the collective heartbeat of an entire people. Rustle. Shh. Rustle. The miscanthus grass at the edge of the moat is swaying with a new intensity. It is as if the very atoms of the air are vibrating with the news of the coming change. Messages are travelling along the narrow, muddy paths that snake through the marshes. Men carrying polished stone spears, women carrying woven baskets of sacred grain, travellers bringing news of a great king in the north, or a powerful shaman in the south. Every footstep on the damp earth is a single note in a vast, unfolding symphony of movement. The girl watches the mist as it swirls into the shapes of the future. She sees the rise of the great storehouses. She sees the gathering of the elders under the ancient cedars. She sees the inevitable path that leads toward the high tower. Now, listen for the new frequency, the sound that will define the era of the Queen. Chime. Far away, across the mirrored water of the paddies, a bronze bell, a dotaku, is being struck for the very first time. It is not a loud, jarring noise. It is a long, subharmonic resonance that travels through the water and the soil rather than the air. It is the sound of the metal that was born in the fire of the continent, now singing to the earth of the islands. To the girl, this sound is a signal. It is the voice of the gods calling for a bridge that can span the distance between the 100 warring tribes, a bridge that can translate the silence of the spirits into the laws of the men. Feel the profound, ancient loneliness of this realization as it sinks into your marrow. To be the queen is to be the center of the circle, and the center is always the most still, the most silent, and the most alone. She looks down at her hands, stained with the dark mud of the morning's work. These hands will soon hold the gold of the way. These hands will soon trace the intricate patterns of 100 sun mirrors. But for now, they are just the hands of a girl who knows too much. She feels the transition within her own spirit, a slow, majestic ascension from the world of the mundane into the world of the divine. It is a shedding of the self, a surrender to the infinite grey sky. The village behind her is falling into a deep, protected sleep. The fires have become dull, crimson eyes in the darkness. The cattle are silent in their pens. The rhythmic scrape of the stone has finally ceased. The era of the small circle, the era of the simple struggle for survival, is drawing its final, peaceful breath. The girl stands up from the edge of the granary. Her movements are slow and deliberate, as if she is moving through deep, invisible water. She is stepping into her destiny. She is stepping into the history books. Every slow, heavy heartbeat is a century. Every breath is an age of man. Breathe in the ancient night. Breathe out the destiny of the islands. The mist has turned into a silken indigo blanket that wraps around the entire world. The 100 tribes are all breathing in unison now, their dreams merging into a single, vast vision of the Yamatai. You are part of that dream. You are a single thread in the great, emerald tapestry of the Yayoi. The weight of the stone, the heat of the fire, and the cold gleam of the bronze, they are all coming together within you, creating a state of absolute, grounding peace. There is no more need to worry about the harvest. There is no more need to fear the dark forest. The queen has taken her place. The bridge has been built. Shh. Peace. The sound of the bronze bell is fading into the distance, leaving behind a silence that is rich, heavy, and full of grace. The girl bows her head to the rising stars, and with that single, regal motion, the first chapter of the empire is perfectly, beautifully closed. Every sound in the universe is being muffled and softened, as if a thick, silken veil is being lowered over your soul. You are safe. You are held in the memory of the soil. You are part of the infinite, boring, and majestic cycle of the earth. Let your tired eyes close now. Let the names and the dates dissolve into the indigo mist. You have witnessed the first breath of the oracle. You have felt the first sigh of the queen. There is nothing left to do but surrender to the deep, dark, and beautiful sleep of the ancient islands. The transition is complete. The history is silent. Sink down, further and further, into the grey, into the indigo, into the light. Listen. Listen to the way the air begins to press against your skin with a different weight. You are no longer standing in the open, sun-drenched fields of the morning. You have left the mirroring water of the rice paddies and the rhythmic, earthy thud of the village pestles far behind. You are moving toward the high, dark wooden walls of the Queen's Sanctuary, the secret heart of Yamatai. This is the threshold where the world of labor ends and the world of the divine begins. Feel the transition as you cross the first great gate, made of ancient, unyielding cedar. The light of the sun is no longer a direct, burning force. Here, it is filtered through the rising evening mist and the heavy, overhanging eaves of the monumental timber buildings. Every step you take on the hard-packed, sacred earth is a slow movement toward a profound and absolute silence. A silence that has been cultivated for centuries within these walls, like a rare and precious flower that only blooms in the dark. Close your eyes and imagine the architecture of your own isolation. You are walking down a long, dark corridor constructed of massive, hand-hewn cedar planks. The wood is cool and smooth to the touch, carrying the faint, lingering scent of the deep, primeval forests from which it was taken. The air here is perfectly, terrifyingly still. It does not carry the scent of the mud or the rain anymore. Instead, it is thick with the aroma of drying mountain herbs and the subtle, sharp tang of ancient minerals. You can hear the microscopic creaks of the wood as it settles in the cooling air, a slow, rhythmic groaning of the building itself, as if the palace is a giant, wooden heart beating once every 100 years. Now, feel the presence of the others. You cannot see them, but you can feel the warmth of 1,000 breathing souls hidden behind the translucent silk partitions. These are the 1,000 handmaidens, the Sahi, who have been chosen from the 100 tribes to serve the silence of the queen. They do not speak. They do not whisper. They are the human buffer between the chaotic world of men and the absolute stillness of the oracle. Imagine them sitting in perfect, unmoving rows in the deepening shadows. A vast, invisible sea of women, their collective, rhythmic breath creating a low, subharmonic hum that matches the vibration of the earth itself. They are the guardians of the mystery. Their eyes are downcast, their hands resting in their laps, their spirits merged into a single, vast frequency of protection. Swish, shh, swish. Listen to the sound of a single silk curtain as it moves in a stray, cold current of air. The silk of this time is not the refined, industrial fabric of the future. It is raw, wild, and textured, holding the memory of the forest in every thread. As it brushes against a heavy wooden pillar, it makes a sound like a distant, ghostly waterfall. This is the only music allowed here, the music of textures, the music of shadows. For the girl who has now become the queen, this is her entire universe. She lives within these layers of silence, a prisoner of her own divinity. To be the oracle is to be the point of absolute stillness at the center of a turning wheel. She is the unmoving eye of the storm that is now brewing across the islands of the east. Feel the profound weight of this secrecy settling into your tired limbs. The chronicles of the distant way will one day say that, since she became king, there have been few who have seen her. Think of the psychological weight of that isolation. To be a person who exists only as a voice, only as a decree, only as a vibration in the dark. Your own sense of self begins to soften and blur in this atmosphere. You are no longer an individual with a name and a past. You are becoming a part of the palace's own shadow. Every slow, rhythmic inhalation of the damp, resinous air pulls you deeper into the trance of the Yamatai. The world of struggle, of stone hoes and muddy grain, is now a distant dream, a memory of a life you once lived under the open, uncaring sky. Now listen for the only other voice permitted in the sanctuary, the voice of the male brother. He is the only bridge between the queen and the world of men. You can hear his footsteps on the wooden floorboards, a soft, measured clack, 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 that signals his approach toward the inner veil. He brings the news of the harvests, the rumors of the southern wars, and the petitions of the tribal lords. He speaks in a low, reverent murmur, his words barely rising above the sound of his own breath. He is the shadow of the shadow, the human interpreter of the divine silence. Through him, the queen's Guidao, her sorcery, is translated into the order of the state. But even he does not truly see her. He only hears the resonance of her presence through the silk. Breathe in the silence of the thousand. Breathe out the noise of the world. The twilight light is fading, turning the silk curtains into screens of bruised purple and deep ghostly grey. The shadows in the great hall are beginning to stretch and merge, creating new and strange geometries in the high, soot-stained rafters. You feel a deep, ancient fatigue rising from the marrow of your bones, a tiredness that is not from labour, but from the sheer weight of the sacred. It is a comfort, this heaviness. It is a shield of permanence. Within these walls, you are protected from the chaos of history. You are held in the silken cocoon of the oracle's dream. The transition from the outer world to the inner sanctuary is now complete. You have passed through the threshold of the thousand silences. Swish. Peace. Every sound in the sanctuary is being muffled and softened, as if a thick indigo and silken blanket is being lowered over your soul. The heartbeat of the 1,000 maidens has merged with your own. The palace itself is breathing with you. There is no more past to remember, no more future to fear. There is only this room, this silk, and the holy, ancient silence of the Yamatai. Sink down, further and further, into the dark, into the quiet, into the absolute peace of the hidden queen. The mystery is intact. The oracle is waiting in the deepest shadow. The history is silent, and so are you. Just sleep. The dawn of the ritual is still hours away. For now, there is only the threshold. Listen. Listen to the heavy, velvet weight of the silence that fills the inner sanctuary of the great hall. You have passed through the threshold of the 1,000 silences, and now you are moving deeper into the dark, pulsating heart of the Yamatai. Every layer of translucent silk you pass through feels like a thin membrane between two worlds. Here, in the absolute center of the palace, the air has a different density. It is thick and textured, carrying the ancient, resinous scent of burning cedar and the dry, sharp tang of parched mugwort smouldering in unglazed ceramic braziers. The physical world outside, the mud of the rice fields, the stone tools, the labor of the men, has been completely extinguished, replaced by a realm where only sound and shadow hold any meaning. Close your eyes and feel the presence of the 1,000. They are here hidden in the indigo shadows that cling to the massive timber pillars. 1,000 handmaidens, the Sahi, sitting in perfect, unmoving circles around the ritual fire. You cannot see their faces, but you can feel the collective warmth of their breathing. It is a slow, synchronized pulse that matches the very heartbeat of the islands. Their breath is the wind that feeds the flames. Their silence is the soil in which the oracle's power takes root. Within this human circle, the temperature is rising, not with a heat that burns, but with a radiating, dry warmth that pulls the ancient fatigue from your bones and turns your consciousness into a soft, glowing ember. Crack, snap, hiss. Listen to the language of the ritual fire. It is a slow, rhythmic crackle that dances with a 1/F fluctuation, matching the alpha waves of a mind in deep meditation. A single spark from a cedar log drifts upward, a tiny golden star rising through the thick, oily smoke toward the soot-stained rafters. Watch it with your inner eye as it swirls and vanishes into the dark tapestry of the ceiling. The smoke does not rise in a straight line. It wanders and curls, weaving complex and shifting patterns that reflect the chaotic energy of the spirit world. This is the scent of the Kido, the way of the spirits. It is a fragrance that stills the racing heart and clears the cluttered mind, preparing you for the resonance of the void. Now, listen for the sound of the bone, the sacred futomani. Deep within the shadows, the queen reaches for the shoulder blade of a deer, polished until it shines with the cold light of the moon. She places it into the very heart of the glowing coals. The hall falls into a silence so profound that you can hear the microscopic expansion of the bone as it reacts to the heat. Creak, groan. Then, a sharp, crystalline snap echoes through the sanctuary. Crack! It is a sound so sudden and so pure that it feels like the very fabric of reality is splitting open. Himiko does not look at the fracture with human eyes. She reads it with her spirit. Each line, each splintering path on the charred bone is a decree from the ancestors, a map of the harvests to come, a signal for the wars that must cease. Listen now for the Kido, the low-frequency whispers that give this chapter its name. It is a sound that lives at the very edge of human hearing, a rhythmic, guttural chanting that vibrates in the marrow of your bones rather than in your ears. It is the voice of the Queen as she translates the language of the spirits into the governance of men. The words are not made of human speech. They are pure resonance, a frequency designed to harmonize the discordant energies of 100 warring tribes. The chronicles will say she bewitched the masses with her magic, but as you sink into this sound, you realize it is not bewitchment. It is a majestic, overwhelming order. She is the unmoving anchor of the empire, her voice a silken net that catches the fear of the people and dissolves it into the ritual smoke. Feel the profound, ancient weight of this sorcery settling into your own tired limbs. Every slow, rhythmic whisper from the Queen is a thread of indigo light wrapping around your mind, tucking you into a cocoon of absolute safety. In this space, there is no more past to remember and no more future to fear. There is only the eternal present of the flickering flame. The era of the sword and the spear is being silenced by the era of the mirror and the prayer. Your own sense of self is beginning to blur and soften, becoming a part of the palace's own shadow. Every slow inhalation of the resinous air pulls you deeper into the trance of the Yamatai. The 1,000 handmaidens lean forward in a single fluid motion, their robes rustling like the falling of autumn leaves. Swish, shh, swish. They are the witnesses to the transition. They see the way the light of the fire reflects off the bronze mirror resting beside the queen, a shimmering golden eye that sees into the depths of the underworld. Look into that reflection. Watch as the orange sparks dance within the polished metal, turning into the stars of a forgotten galaxy. You are no longer a person of the modern world. You are a single spark in the Queen's ritual fire, rising through the smoke, passing through the silk, becoming part of the infinite indigo night. Breathe in the sacred smoke. Breathe out the noise of the world. The chanting is slowing down now, becoming a low, steady drone that matches the sound of the wind outside the palace walls. The queen withdraws the charred bone from the fire and holds it up to the dim light. The ritual is complete. The message from the spirits has been perfectly received and translated. A slow, regal silence descends once more, heavier and more peaceful than before, as the 1,000 maidens exhale in unison. The air in the hall is still and thick, a sanctuary of peace in a world of constant change. Every sound in the universe is being muffled and softened, as if the Queen has lowered a heavy, velvet blanket over the entire earth. Snap, pop, shh, peace. The fire in the brazier settles into a deep crimson glow, casting long, peaceful shadows that reach out to embrace you. You are safe in the heart of the Yamatai. You are protected by the sorcery of the flame and the silence of the 1,000. There is no more labor to perform, no more history to record. Only the slow, beautiful pulse of the Kido. Sink down, further and further, into the dark, into the warmth, into the absolute rest of the ancient ritual. The oracle has spoken through the bone. The queen has whispered through the silk. The transition is gentle. The night is eternal. Let the rhythm of the embers carry you away into the deep indigo sleep of the ancestors. Everything is as it should be. The flame is at peace, and so are you. Listen. Listen to the final, majestic solidification of the silence. You have travelled through the 1,000 silences of the maidens. You have breathed the sacred smoke of the cedar and the mugwort. And now, you have reached the very centre of the centre. This is the absolute, unmoving heart of the Yamatai. The 1,000 handmaidens have now become a single, breathing wall of indigo shadow. Their collective presence holding the chaotic world outside at a distance of 10,000 years. The ritual fire in the ceramic brazier has settled into a deep, rhythmic crimson glow, casting long, velvet shadows that reach up toward the high, dark rafters, like the fingers of ancient sleeping spirits. The air is no longer just air. It has become a sacred, heavy medium, a thick, silken fluid that carries the resonance of the void. And there, resting in the lap of the queen, is the ultimate instrument of her power, the Shinju Kyo, the mirror of the gods and the beasts. Close your eyes and feel the cold, metallic frequency of the bronze as it begins to vibrate in the absolute darkness. It is a heavy, magnificent disc of pure, cold metal. Its back a complex and terrifying landscape of swirling cosmic energy, mythological creatures, and ancient geometric patterns. Even in this profound darkness, the bronze mirror seems to hold a secret, ghostly light of its own. A faint, rhythmic pulse that matches the slow, tectonic heartbeat of the islands deep beneath your feet. This mirror is the singular eye of the Queen. It has seen the rise of the rice from the mud. It has seen the fall of many kings, and now it is reflecting the very essence of the eternal void. Feel the weight of that bronze as if it were resting upon your own chest, a shield of permanence in a world of shifting mist and dying light. Listen to the mirror as it sings. It is a sound so low and so powerful that your physical ears cannot hear it, but the center of your being feels it like a physical, rhythmic blow. It is the frequency of the distant stars as they grind in their infinite, celestial gears. Himiko lifts the mirror with a slow, agonizingly beautiful deliberation. She does not look at her own reflection. She looks through the polished metal, into the vast, indigo ocean of the spirit world. The face of the bronze is not a mere surface. It is a gateway. It is a doorway into the true night, the place where the ancestors go to find rest, and where the kami gather to watch the world of men. Watch as the dim orange light of the dying embers hits the polished surface, turning it into a liquid, golden sun that refuses to set. Now, reach out with your consciousness and touch that cold, unyielding bronze. Feel the vibration as it travels up your arms and into your mind, turning your racing thoughts into silver ripples on a dark, unmoving pond. Ripple, spread, fade. Your sense of identity is beginning to soften and dissolve. Your name, your worries about the coming winter frost, your memories of the sharp stone tools and the heavy golden grain, they are all becoming liquid, pouring slowly into the ripples of the bronze void. You are becoming a part of the Queen's great, eternal vision. You are a single spark in the infinite fire. You are a single drop in the vast, silent sea of the Yayoi. The transition from the self to the collective is happening now, not with a struggle, but with a total and majestic surrender to the night. The Queen moves, a subtle, almost imperceptible shift of her shadow behind the silk veil. She turns the mirror toward the darkness, and for a moment, the world of men disappears completely. There is only the reflection. A reflection of a sky that has no stars, yet is filled with a profound and velvet light. This is the boring history, the long, uneventful centuries of the spirit world where time has no meaning and labor has no place. In this sacred space, 1,000 years is but a single, slow inhalation. 1,000 years is but a single, rhythmic exhalation. Inhale, and the bronze glows. Exhale, and the void deepens. You are being tucked into the very history of the earth, layered with the heavy, unyielding stones of the ancestors who sleep in the mountains. Listen to the final whispers of the 1,000 maidens as they begin to withdraw, their footsteps like the soft falling of autumn leaves in the forest floor. Swish, shh, swish. sanctuary is finally closing its heavy wooden eyes for the night. The era of the Kido, the era of the secret sorcery, the whispered prayer, and the cold bronze mirror, has achieved its perfect circular balance. The queen has finished her dialogue with the gods. The bone has been read. The mirror has been polished. The bridge between the earth and the heavens has been built, and it is as strong and as silent as the cedar roots. Feel the profound, ancient fatigue settling into your very marrow, a tiredness that is shared by every soul that has ever stood on this sacred, cooling soil. The indigo night is now absolute. The smoke of the cedar has thinned into a ghostly memory, leaving only the faint, holy scent of ash and peace. The fires in the ceramic braziers are finally dying down to a dull, deep crimson glow. With a single, regal motion, Himiko places the mirror back upon its dark, wooden pedestal. The ritual is complete. The message from the void has been sent and received. The empire of the Yamatai is held in the palm of her hand, safe in the darkness, protected by the sorcery of the silence. Every sound in the universe is being muffled and softened, as if a thick, silken blanket is being lowered over your soul. Chime. Peace. You are no longer standing in the great hall. You are weightless, drifting through the high rafters, through the thinning smoke, and into the vast, velvet expanse of the true night sky. Look down at the Yamatai one last time. The village is now only a tiny, glowing spark in a vast sea of indigo mist. The high tower is a silent stone shadow in the moonlight, and you are becoming a part of the constellation now. The iron in your blood and the salt in your breath are returning to the great cosmic harvest. There is no more labor to perform. There is no more future to fear. The oracle is finished. The queen is at rest. The transition is perfect. The history is whole. Sink down, further and further, into the bronze, into the indigo, into the light. You are safe. You are held. You are home. The night of the Kido is over. And now, you can close your eyes too. Just rest. Let the silence take you. Listen. Listen to the way the sounds of the earth begin to fall away. You have left the resinous shadows of the great hall and the silent, breathing circle of the 1,000 maidens. You are no longer standing on the solid, packed earth of the sanctuary. You are beginning the ascent. Feel the first step of the wooden ladder beneath your feet, rough, hand-hewn cedar that still holds the structural strength of the mountain. Creak, groan. The wood speaks as it takes your weight, a slow and rhythmic complaint that echoes through the hollow, vertical space of the great Watchtower. This is the Rokaku, the monumental tower that rises like a dark, timber needle from the heart of the Josaku, the fortified walls of the Queen's city. With every step upward, the air changes. It loses the heavy, damp scent of the rice paddies and the oily perfume of the ritual incense. It becomes thinner, sharper, and colder. You are leaving the world of men and mud behind, climbing toward a realm where only the wind and the spirits are allowed to dwell. creak, step, creak, step. The rhythm of your climb is the only heartbeat in this vertical tunnel of shadow. Feel the microscopic vibrations in the massive supporting pillars, ancient trees that were chosen for their height and their honesty, now standing as the skeleton of the Yamatai's authority. They have been stripped of their bark and polished by the hands of a generation, yet they still vibrate with the memory of the storms they once weathered in the deep forests. Now, listen for the first, faint arrival of the wind. It does not come as a roar, but as a long, high-frequency whistle as it finds the gaps between the timber joints. Ooh. Sss. As you reach the final platform, the world opens up in a way that is both majestic and terrifying. You are standing on the highest floor, suspended between the indigo earth and the infinite violet sky. There are no walls here, only the deep, protective overhang of the thatched pyramid roof. The air is moving around you in a constant, unyielding stream, a river of invisible energy flowing from the sacred peaks of the west toward the great ocean of the east. Feel the friction of that wind as it brushes against the cedar pillars, a dry, rhythmic hiss that sounds like the breath of the planet itself. Shh, shh, shh. Close your eyes and let the altitude settle into your bones. Below you, the great village of Yamatai has shrunk into a collection of toy-like shapes. The circular moats are nothing more than thin, dark lines drawn in the grey mist. The thatched roofs of the houses are like small, brown seeds scattered across the dark soil. The people, the warriors, the farmers, the potters, they are invisible from this height. Their struggles, their hungers, and their voices have all been swallowed by the vast, vertical distance. This is the true nature of the Queen's isolation. To rule is to see the world from a height where the individual disappears, and only the pattern remains. Feel the profound, ancient loneliness of this viewpoint as it wraps around you like a cloak of frozen silk. Listen to the specific sound of the wind against the thatched roof. Millions of individual stalks of dried grass, bound tightly together, are vibrating in the gale. It is a deep, textured rustle, a low-frequency drone that resonates in the center of your chest. It matches the alpha waves of your brain, pulling you deeper into a state of hyper-aware stillness. Whir, rustle, whir. The tower is swaying ever so slightly. It is not a movement that causes fear. It is a slow, rhythmic rocking, like a great wooden ship anchored in a sea of clouds. You are being cradled by the architecture. You are being rocked by the wind. The weight of your physical body is dissolving, leaving only the sensation of being a single, precious point of consciousness suspended in the void. The Wano Tairan, the great civil war that once bled these islands, feels like a distant, impossible dream from this height. Down there, in the mud, men fought with stone and bronze for a few inches of soil. But up here, there is only the wind. There is only the sky. The Queen sits here in the winter months, watching the clouds move across the horizon, reading the weather as if it were the thoughts of the gods. She sees the coming of the rain days before it touches the paddies. She sees the movement of the enemy tribes by the way the smoke rises from the distant valleys. Her power is the power of the perspective. Her authority is the authority of the silence. Breathe in the cold, thin air of the heights. Breathe out the noise and the heat of the world below. The mist is rising from the moats now, turning the entire landscape into a sea of silver ghosts. The tower feels like it is no longer connected to the earth. It is a floating island, a celestial vessel drifting through the indigo twilight. The wind picks up a new note, a sharp metallic chime from a bronze ornament hanging from the rafters. Tink. It is a sound of absolute clarity, cutting through the low drone of the thatch. It is a reminder that even here, in the realm of the wind, the presence of the Queen is absolute. Every sound, every vibration, and every movement is part of her majestic, boring, and eternal order. Feel the profound fatigue finally catching up with you, but here, it is a weightless kind of tiredness. Your limbs are not heavy with mud, they are light with the air. Your racing thoughts have been blown away by the constant, rhythmic friction of the wind, leaving your mind as clear and as cold as a mountain spring. You are safe here, high above the reach of the common world. No one can climb these stairs without permission. No one can break this silence. You are held in the arms of the timber and the sky. Sink down into the wooden floorboards, feeling the ancient grain of the cedar against your skin. The tower is steady. The wind is eternal. And you are at peace. Peace. The indigo night has completely swallowed the land below. Only the high tower remains in the fading light of the stars. Every sound in the universe is being filtered and softened by the vast distance, as if the sky itself is a heavy, velvet blanket of indigo silk. The transition from the earth to the sky is complete. The history is a whisper in the gale, and you are the silent witness. Sink down, further and further into the wind, into the dark, into the absolute rest of the high watchtower. The oracle is watching from the clouds. The queen is breathing with the gale. The history is still, and so are you. Just sleep. The earth is far away. The stars are close. Part 2. The Sentinel's Gaze. Listen. Listen to the profound and absolute expansion of your own vision. You are no longer just climbing. You are now the unmoving center of the sky. You are standing at the very edge of the highest platform of the great watchtower, your fingers resting lightly on the cold, wind-polished cedar railing. Below you, the world of men has become a distant, silent map, a complex geometry of silver water and dark, fertile mud. From this height, the chaos of the earth is resolved into a perfect, majestic order. You are the sentinel. You are the eye of the queen that never blinks. Feel the weight of this perspective settling into your soul like a heavy stone falling into a deep, clear lake. The air here is thin, sharp, and carries the ancient chill of the stars, even in the fading light of the afternoon. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine the landscape as it stretches toward the infinite horizon. You are not just looking at one village, you are looking at the birth of a nation, To the north, the silver ribbon of the great river winds through the valley, its banks lined with the tiny, thatched sparks of other settlements. To the south, the deep, indigo shadows of the sacred mountains rise like the spine of a sleeping dragon. And in every direction, as far as the eye can see, are the mirrored squares of the rice paddies, a vast, shimmering mosaic that catches the bruised purple of the twilight sky. This is the Wa, the great harmony. From up here, you can see the invisible threads of authority that connect every field, every granary, and every hearth fire to the silence of the high tower. Shh. Shh. Listen to the wind as it travels across the 100 countries. It carries the ghostly echoes of 1,000 different lives, but by the time it reaches you, those sounds have been stripped of their urgency. The shouting of the warriors in the training grounds is now only a rhythmic vibration in the air. The smoke rising from the communal kitchens is now only a series of lazy, grey ribbons drifting toward the clouds. Everything is becoming blurry, soft, and beautifully boring. You are witnessing the boring history, the era of stability where the days are long and the years are slow. This is the peace that was bought with the blood of the Great Rebellion, now held in place by the sheer, vertical weight of the Queen's isolation. Now, focus on the geometry of the moats below. They are perfect circles within perfect circles, dark obsidian mirrors that reflect the void above. You can see the guards, the Josaku, moving along the top of the embankments. From this height, they are mere silhouettes, slow-moving shadows that pulse with the rhythm of the tides. Their spears are tiny needles of bronze, catching the last dying rays of the sun. They are the teeth of the empire, protecting the silence of the sanctuary. But you are above the teeth. You are in the realm of the breath. Feel your own breathing slowing down until it matches the slow, tectonic swaying of the tower itself. Inhale, and the world expands. Exhale, and the shadows deepen. Listen to the specific, rhythmic friction of the wind as it brushes against your hemp robes. Rustle, flap, rustle. The fabric is a living thing, vibrating with the energy of the altitude. It is a dry, hypnotic sound that clears the mind of all modern noise. You are no longer thinking about the future. You are becoming a part of the ancient atmospheric pressure. You can feel the moisture of the rising evening mist as it touches your skin, a cool silken veil that wraps around the tower, turning it into a floating island in a sea of grey ghosts. The village below is disappearing, one roof at a time, swallowed by the rising tide of the indigo night. Only you remain in the light, only you and the stars. The Queen often stands here at the peak of the winter solstice, watching the sun as it touches the jagged teeth of the western mountains. She does not look for the glory of the light. She looks for the precise moment when the shadow of the tower touches the center of the sacred spring. Her gaze is a measurement. Her eyes are a calendar. She understands that to rule 100 tribes, one must first master the silence of the seasons. She sees the coming of the frost in the way the light reflects off the distant cedar forests. She hears the arrival of the spring in the subtle shift of the wind's frequency against the thatched roof. Her authority is not a shout, it is a permanent, silent observation. Breathe in the cold clarity of the sentinel. Breathe out the weight of the earthly struggle. In the far distance, a single beacon fire is lit on a high peak. It is a tiny, flickering orange spark in a vast indigo void. It is a message from a distant lord, a signal of loyalty, or a report of the harvest. You watch it with a detached, majestic curiosity. In the era of the Yamatai, information travels with the speed of light and the slowness of the wind. It is a world of signs, shadows, and resonances. You feel a profound, ancient fatigue settling into your limbs, but it is not the heavy tiredness of the farmer. It is the light, airy exhaustion of the observer. Your racing thoughts have been ground down by the infinite horizon until they are nothing but silver dust. Tink! A bronze wind chime hanging from the rafters strikes a solitary note. The sound is so pure, so sharp, that it seems to hang in the air for an eternity, vibrating in the very center of your chest. It is the sound of the Queen's decree, a single, absolute frequency that cuts through the chaos of the 100 countries. Everything is under control. The granaries are full. The moats are deep. The ancestors are pleased. You can finally let go of the need to watch. The tower will hold the silence. The wind will guard the borders. And the Queen will dream for all of us. Sink down onto the wooden floorboards, feeling the ancient, rough texture of the cedar against your tired body. The tower is rocking you gently, a rhythmic wooden cradle suspended in the sky. Every sound in the universe is being muffled and filtered by the vast vertical distance. The village is gone. The history is a fading memory. There is only the wind, only the height, and the absolute indigo peace of the sentinel's gaze. Sink down, further and further into the sky, into the dark, into the absolute rest of the high watchtower. The oracle is breathing with the clouds. The sentinel has closed its eyes. The history is still, and so are you. Just sleep. The earth is a dream. The stars are home. Listen. Listen to the shifting frequency of the infinite gale. You are still standing at the absolute peak of the great watchtower, but the wind has changed its character. It is no longer just the local breath of the mountains and the marshes. It has become a traveller. Feel the wind as it arrives from the vast dark expanse of the western sea, a wind that has crossed thousands of miles of salt and foam to reach the wooden heart of Yamatai. This is the wind of transition. It carries within its cold, invisible threads the scent of a different world, the sharp metallic tang of iron, the rich, earthy aroma of foreign spices, and the profound, heavy resonance of a continental empire that the chronicles call the Great Way. This is the wind that is bringing the future to the islands of the East. Close your eyes and let the altitude anchor your spirit. The tower beneath you is swaying with a slow, majestic, and tectonic rhythm, a wooden giant dancing with the storm. Creak, groan, creak. The ancient cedar pillars are singing a song of endurance, their fibers vibrating with the pressure of the changing era. You are at the very center of this vibration. Below you, the mirrored rice paddies are now completely dark, reflecting only the first, cold stars of the night. The moats are invisible. The village is a ghost. But the horizon is alive. It is a thin, silver line where the sky meets the ocean, a boundary that is no longer a wall, but a gateway. Feel the immense, staggering scale of the world as it opens up before your inner eye. Shh. Shh. Listen to the friction of the wind against the bronze wind chimes hanging from the high rafters. Instead of a single, solitary chime, they are now creating a complex, shimmering web of sound, a metallic symphony that speaks of the coming age. This is the age of the bronze mirror and the golden seal. This is the age where the small, isolated circles of the village are being drawn into a vast, celestial geometry. You can feel the transformation happening in the very marrow of your bones. The era of the Wa is expanding, stretching its indigo wings to touch the shores of the distant continent. Every slow, rhythmic rustle of the thatched roof is a page turning in the history of the soil. It is a process that is as inevitable and as boring as the turning of the stars. Focus now on the scent of the transition. Deep within the cold wind, there is a ghost of a smell, the scent of burning coal and forged metal from across the sea. It is a harder, more crystalline fragrance than the resinous cedar smoke of the great hall. It is the smell of a world that is being reshaped by the heat of the forge and the wisdom of the scroll. Himiko stands here, her white silk robes whipping around her like the wings of a trapped bird. She is breathing in the future. She understands that to protect the silence of the Yamatai, she must first command the wind of the transition. Her gaze is fixed on that thin, silver line of the ocean, waiting for the first wooden ships of the way to appear like tiny, dark seeds on the horizon. Feel the profound, ancient fatigue that comes with the weight of this vision. It is a tiredness that transcends the body and settles into the very soul of the land. Your racing thoughts about the harvest, the labor, and the small worries of the village are being blown away, one, by the relentless pressure of the gale. Your mind is becoming a vast, empty watchtower, clear, cold, and silent. You are no longer a person of the earth, you are a person of the atmosphere. Every slow, rhythmic inhalation of the high-altitude air is pulling you deeper into the trance of the great ascension. The transition is not a struggle. It is a majestic, slow-motion surrender to the current of history. Inhale, and the horizon glows. Exhale, and the old world fades. The indigo night is now total, a velvet abyss that has swallowed everything except the high platform of the tower. You are floating in the void. The wind has softened into a low, steady, and hypnotic drone, a subharmonic hum that vibrates in the center of your chest. It matches the alpha waves of a mind at total rest. Ooh. The tower is rocking you, a rhythmic wooden cradle suspended between the heavens and the earth. There is no more past to remember. There is no more future to fear. The wind of the transition has done its work. It has carried away the noise of the old world and left behind only the absolute, grounding peace of the new era. Listen to the final, ghostly echoes of the village below. The distant lowing of the cattle. The rhythmic thud of the last mortar. They are now only microscopic vibrations in the vast, vertical distance. They belong to a different age. Up here, in the realm of the Queen's gaze, there is only the infinite expansion of the silence. Every sound in the universe is being filtered and muffled by the vast blanket of the indigo night. You are safe. You are protected. You are held in the arms of the timber and the gale. Sink down into the wooden floorboards, feeling the ancient, rough texture of the cedar welcoming you home to the soil of the past. Tink. A single, final note from the bronze chime hangs in the air, vibrating with a frequency that is both cold and comforting. It is the signal of the completion. The Watchtower has fulfilled its purpose. The oracle has seen the transition. The history is whole. Every cell in your body is now vibrating in harmony with the tectonic pulse of the islands. There is no more labor to perform. There is no more watching to do. The wind will guard the borders while you dream. The stars will hold the pattern while you sleep. The dawn of the Great Queen is rising in the west, and you are its first, silent witness. Sink down, further and further, into the wind, into the dark, into the absolute rest of the high Watchtower. The transition is gentle. The night is eternal. The chapter is finished, and so are you. Just let the horizon take you. Let the silence hold you. Sleep now. Just sleep. The era is at peace, and you are home. Good night. Listen. Listen to the sound of a world that is held in a state of perfect, fragile suspension. You are deep within the inner sanctum of the Yamatai Palace, a place where time does not flow like a river, but pools like the dark water of a sacred spring. The air here is thick, cool, and ancient, carrying the lingering ghosts of 1,000 cedar fires and the dry, sharp scent of ritual herbs. Beyond the high wooden walls, the village is a distant memory, a blur of mud and labour. But here, in the corridor of the hidden queen, there is only the silence of the 1,000 maidens. And then, from the far end of the long darkened hall, comes a new sound. A sound that breaks the stillness without shattering it. The first soft step of the brother. Close your eyes and focus on that sound. Thud. Scuff. Thud. It is not the heavy, arrogant march of a warrior, nor is it the frantic, hurried step of a servant. It is a movement that is deliberate, rhythmic, and heavy with the weight of an entire nation. The brother is the only man permitted to cross this threshold, the only soul who can stand between the divine world of the oracle and the chaotic world of men. Feel the vibration of his footsteps as they travel through the massive cedar floorboards, ancient planks of wood that were hand-hewn with stone adzes and polished by the soft, rhythmic shuffling of feet over generations. Step. Pause. Breathe. Step. Each movement is a single note in a long, boring, and beautiful symphony of statecraft. The floorboards under his feet speak a language of their own. creak, groan. The wood is old, seasoned by the humidity of 100 rainy seasons. It settles under his weight with a slow, tectonic groan, a sound that resonates in the very center of your chest. Imagine the texture of that wood, the deep, swirling grain of the cedar, the microscopic cracks filled with the dust of the centuries, and the cool, silken surface that has never known the heat of the sun. As the brother walks, he is not just moving through space, he is moving through history. He carries with him the whispers of the 100 tribes, the reports of the iron forges, the tallies of the rice harvest, and the secret fears of the lords who sit in the southern valleys. Breathe in the scent of the ancient timber. Breathe out the noise of the world. Listen to the rustle of his garments. He wears a heavy robe of wild silk and hemp, dyed with the deep indigo of the mountains. As he moves, the fabric brushes against itself with a dry, rhythmic hiss. Swish, rustle, swish. It is a sound like the wind in a field of dry grain, or the falling of autumn leaves in a sacred grove. The fabric carries the scent of the outer world, the faint metallic tang of the bronze spear, the salt of the sea breeze, and the smoke of the common hearth. For the queen, who sits behind the wall of 1,000 silences, this sound is her only window into the reality of her people. His footsteps are the bridge that brings the earth to the sky. The corridor is dimly lit by the low, orange glow of ceramic oil lamps, their flames flickering in the stray currents of air. Watch as the brother's shadow stretches out before him, a long, dark silhouette that dances across the timber pillars like a ghostly giant. He passes the silent, unmoving rows of the handmaidens. They do not look at him. Their eyes are fixed on the floor, their breathing a synchronized, low-frequency hum that anchors the palace to the spirit world. The brother is a shadow among shadows, a man who has sacrificed his own identity to become the voice of the silence. Feel the profound, ancient fatigue in his shoulders, the weight of the messages he carries, the burden of being the only one who can truly hear the Queen's whispers. Step, scuff, step. Now, focus on the rhythm of his breathing. It is slow, deep, and measured. He is preparing himself for the transition. To enter the presence of the oracle is to step into a different atmosphere, a realm where the laws of man do not apply. He inhales the resinous air of the palace, filling his lungs with the wisdom of the ancestors. He exhales the tension of the day's politics, letting go of the anger of the southern kings and the greed of the northern traders. He is becoming as still and as empty as the sanctuary itself. Every movement he makes is a ritual of approach, a slow, rhythmic dance of respect and duty. As he nears the final silk curtain, the veil that separates the administrative world from the divine void, the floorboards become even more silent. The wood here is thick and solid, laid over a bed of sacred river stones to dampen the noise. The sound of his footsteps becomes a mere vibration, a soft, rhythmic thrumming that you feel in the soles of your feet rather than in your ears. Thud, thud, thud. It matches the tectonic heartbeat of the islands. It matches the slow growth of the rice seeds in the mud outside. It matches the rotation of the stars in the infinite, indigo night above the palace roof. Inhale, and the shadows stretch. exhale, and the heart settles. The brother stops before the veil. The silence that follows his footsteps is absolute, a heavy, velvet weight that presses down upon your soul. You are standing there with him, in the dim orange light, at the edge of the mystery. Your racing thoughts have been ground down by the rhythm of his walk until they are nothing but silver dust on the cedar floor. There is no more past. There is no more future. There is only this moment of anticipation, this state of perfect, boring, and majestic suspension. You are safe. You are protected by the walls of the Yamatai. You are held in the resonance of the shadow bridge. Feel the profound, ancient peace of the palace tucking you into the soil of the past. The wood is steady. The breath is slow. The transition is near. Every sound in the universe is being filtered through the layers of silk and cedar until it is nothing but a ghostly whisper in the gale. Sink down, further and further, into the dark, into the quiet, into the absolute rest of the brother's step. The message is ready. The oracle is waiting. The history is a silent shadow, and so are you. Just sleep. The footsteps have ended. The conversation is about to begin. Part 2. The dialogue of the shadows. Listen. Listen to the sound of the shadows as they begin to speak. You are now standing with the brother at the very edge of the final translucent silk veil, the boundary between the administration of men and the silence of the gods. Behind this curtain of shimmering, wild silk, the queen sits in absolute stillness, a regal silhouette carved from the indigo night. The air here is no longer moving. It is a pressurized, sacred vacuum, thick with the scent of smouldering mugwort and the cooling resin of the cedar palace. The only light comes from a single, low-placed ceramic lamp, its flame a tiny, trembling orange spark that casts long, flickering shadows across the brother's face. This is the space where the fate of the 100 tribes is decided, not with a shout, but with a whisper that is felt in the marrow of the bones. Close your eyes and focus on the frequency of the communication. There is no human speech as you know it. There is only the resonance. The brother bows his head until his forehead nearly touches the polished cedar floorboards. He begins to speak in a low, rhythmic drone, a voice that has been trained to carry information without carrying emotion. He reports the tallies of the great harvest. 2,000 baskets of sacred rice from the southern plains. 100 new stone hoes from the western quarries. The arrival of a trade vessel from the Great Way, carrying the promise of 1,000 bronze mirrors. Listen to the way the numbers fall into the silence, one by one, like smooth river stones being dropped into a bottomless well. Plink, plink, plink. The queen does not respond with words. She responds with the shift of a shadow, with the rhythmic hiss of her silk robe as she breathes. Shh, shh. To the brother, this is a language more precise than any dialect. A slight lean of her silhouette to the left means the tribute is accepted. A long, heavy pause means the ancestors are restless. Feel the immense, ancient weight of this dialogue as it settles over you. It is a boring, majestic repetition of facts and spirits. It is the administrative heartbeat of an empire. You can feel the tension in your own shoulders beginning to dissolve as you listen to the rhythmic, monotonous flow of the statecraft. There is no urgency here. There is only the cycle. There is only the pattern. Breathe in the dust of the centuries. Breathe out the noise of the present. Listen to the sound of the brother's voice as it drops into a deeper, more sub-harmonic register. He's speaking now of the wars, the Wano Tairan. He whispers of the rebellious kings in the northern hills who refused to bow to the sun mirror. He whispers of the blood that has stained the emerald rice paddies in the distant provinces. As he speaks, the air in the room seems to grow colder, a sudden chill that carries the metallic tang of bronze and the salt of tears. But even this report is delivered with a hypnotic, rhythmic slowness. Softly, slowly. The Queen's shadow remains unmoving, a dark anchor in a world of shifting violence. She is the point of absolute stability. She is the bridge that turns the chaos of war into the silence of the ritual. Now, focus on the gap between the words. In these long, heavy silences, the true governance happens. It is in the space where the flame flickers and the wood creaks. Creak. Snap. The cedar pillars of the palace are listening too, their fibres vibrating with the secrets of the throne. You can feel the collective presence of the 1,000 maidens hidden behind the outer veils, their synchronized breathing a low-frequency hum that supports the dialogue of the shadows. You are part of a human machine of peace, a vast, living architecture designed to hold the world in a state of perfect, boring, and beautiful suspension. The brother reaches into his robe and produces a small carved piece of wood, a tally of the royal stores. He places it on the floor and slides it toward the silk veil. Scrape. The sound of the wood against the polished cedar is sharp and dry, a single note of physical reality in a realm of ghosts. The shadow behind the silk moves, a slow, regal hand reaching out to touch the wood. You cannot see her fingers, only the suggestion of a movement, like a ripple moving across the surface of a dark pond. The transaction is complete. The spirit and the state have met. The order of the Yamatai has been reaffirmed for another cycle of the moon. Inhale, and the shadows merge. Exhale, and the world is still. Feel the profound, ancient fatigue settling into your tired limbs as you listen to the final, rhythmic whispers of the brother. The work of the day, the labour of the 100 tribes, is now being tucked into the history of the soil. The information has been delivered. The decree has been formed in the silence. Your own racing thoughts have been ground down by the monotonous cadence of the statecraft until they are nothing but silver dust on the palace floor. You are safe here, in the heart of the mystery. You are protected by the dialogue of the shadows. No one can hear these words. No one can break this peace. The brother begins to withdraw, his footsteps now even softer than before as he moves backward, never turning his back to the queen. Thud. Scuff. Thud. The sound is a fading heartbeat, a slow recession into the dark corridor of the palace. The orange flame of the lamp flickers one last time and then settles into a steady, dying glow. The queen remains behind the silk, a permanent shadow in an eternal night. Every sound in the universe is being muffled and softened, as if a thick, indigo blanket is being lowered over your soul. Peace. You are no longer a person of flesh and bone. You are a single, precious vibration in the air of the Yamatai. You are the whisper that travels from the silk to the mud. You are the silence that follows the decree. Sink down, further and further, into the dark, into the quiet, into the absolute rest of the shadow dialogue. The state is secure. The oracle is dreaming. The history is whole. And so are you. Just sleep. The brother has left the room. The queen is watching the void. The night is yours. Listen. Listen to the profound and heavy silence that follows the departure of the brother. His footsteps have long since faded into the dark corridors of the palace, leaving only a faint vibration in the cedar floorboards and the ghostly memory of a world that is now in a state of perfect, majestic transition. You are sitting with the queen behind the final veil of shimmering silk. The orange flame of the ceramic oil lamp is lower now, a dying, rhythmic pulse that casts the room into a deep, velvety indigo. But there is a new presence here, a small, square shadow resting upon a pedestal of dark, polished wood. This is the gift from the Great Way. This is the golden seal. Feel the gravity of this object as it begins to warp the very fabric of the room's atmosphere. Close your eyes and reach out with your mind to touch that square of metal. It is not the bronze of the mirrors or the stone of the tools. It is gold, pure, heavy, and ancient. It carries within it the heat of 100 suns and the weight of a continental empire that stretches across the vast western horizon. As your consciousness brushes against its cold, smooth surface, you feel a rhythmic thrumming, a sub-harmonic vibration that matches the rotation of the stars. This is not just a seal, it is an anchor. It is the object that pins the islands of Wa to the great map of the world. Feel the immense, staggering weight of it, not as a burden, but as a permanent, unyielding foundation for the peace of the Yamatai. Listen to the voice of the gold. It speaks of a world far beyond the mist of the rice paddies. It speaks of the Great Way, where the stone palaces touch the clouds and the silk roads carry the secrets of the West. In the center of the seal, carved by the hands of master craftsmen in a distant land, are the characters Chin Wei Wa Wang, the King of Wa, friendly to Wei. These words are not just marks in metal, they are the spell that changes everything. They are the seal of the oracle's legitimacy. As the queen's shadow falls over the gold, the air in the room becomes pressurized, thick with the scent of an era that is finally, beautifully waking up. Breathe in the metallic chill of the gold. Breathe out the isolation of the old world. The queen reaches out her hand, a slow, regal movement that creates a ripple in the silk curtains. She touches the purple ribbon attached to the seal, the shiju, a cord of fine, heavy silk that carries the color of the highest authority. Feel the texture of that ribbon, the microscopic friction of the threads, the weight of the dye that was harvested from 1,000 sea snails. It is a grounding touch, a physical connection between the divine void of the palace and the political reality of the earth. She understands that this small piece of gold is the shield that will protect her people from the chaos of the Wa no Tyran. It is the light that will burn through the shadows of the northern rebellions. Now, focus on the scent of the transition. Deep within the indigo darkness, there is a new aroma. The faint, metallic scent of the gold mingled with the salt of the sea breeze that brought it here. It is a smell of long journeys, of wooden ships battling the waves, of diplomats crossing the mirrored waters of the Tsushima Strait. It is the smell of the history of the night, the quiet, secret work that happens while the world sleeps. You can feel the fatigue in your own limbs becoming something sacred, a weight that is being shared by the ancestors and the spirits. Your racing thoughts are being ground down by the sheer, golden permanence of the seal until they are nothing but silver dust on the cedar floor. The lamp flickers one last time, casting a final, brilliant spark across the surface of the gold. For a fraction of a second, the room is filled with a liquid, sun-like light. And then, the flame settles into a steady, dying crimson glow. The night of the shadow is over. The dawn of the history is beginning. But it is a dawn that is still miles away, hidden behind the jagged, dark teeth of the eastern mountains. For now, there is only the silence. There is only the weight. There is only the perfect, boring, and majestic stability of the Yamatai. Inhale, and the empire settles. Exhale, and the heart finds rest. Every sound in the universe is being filtered and muffled by the heavy weight of the gold. The rustle of the silk, the creak of the timber, the breathing of the 1,000 maidens. They have all merged into a single, low-frequency hum of absolute peace. You are safe. You are protected by the decree of the Great Way and the silence of the Queen. The transition is complete. The history of the soil has become the history of the world. Sink down, further and further into the dark, into the quiet, into the absolute rest of the golden seal. The oracle has finished her dialogue. The brother has delivered his report. The gold has taken its place on the pedestal. There is no more labor to perform. There is no more past to remember and no more future to fear. You are being tucked into the history of the islands, layered with the heavy, unyielding permanence of the stars. The air is cool, the wood is steady, and the Queen is dreaming for all of us. Tink. A single, final vibration from the bronze mirror in the corner rings through the room, a perfect, crystalline note that signals the closing of the chapter. The night is yours. The piece is whole. The Yamatai is at rest. Sink down into the indigo, into the silence, into the light of the gold. Sleep now. Just sleep. Everything is as it should be. The seal is heavy. The night is eternal. Listen. Listen to the sound of 100 suns being held captive in the dark. You are moving away from the heavy, golden presence of the seal and the low-frequency whispers of the shadow dialogue. You are entering the most sacred treasury of the Yamatai, a deep, wooden chamber where the air is so still it feels like it has been frozen for 1,000 years. The scent here is different. It is cold, sharp, and intensely metallic. The smell of polished copper and tin mingled with the dry, ancient dust of the cedar shelves. This is the sanctuary of the Shinju-kyo, the 100 mirrors of the deities and the beasts. Feel the temperature of the room drop as you step closer to the source of the power. This is not the warmth of the sun. It is the cold, calculated reflection of an empire. Close your eyes and focus on the microscopic sounds of the bronze. Tink, chime, tink. In the absolute silence of the treasure room, the 100 mirrors are not truly still. They are breathing with the vibration of the earth. As the wind brushes against the high tower outside, the vibrations travel down the massive timber pillars and into the wooden racks where the mirrors are held. Every mirror, each a heavy, perfect disc of bronze, shifts by a fraction of a millimeter. Clink. It is a sound like silver ice cracking on a winter lake. A sound that is high-pitched, crystalline, and impossibly clear. It is the sound of 100 tiny voices speaking to each other in a language of metal. Think of the journey these mirrors have taken. They were born in the intense heat of the imperial forges of the Great Way, cast from molten earth and polished by 1,000 hands until their surfaces were as smooth as a mirror of dark water. They travelled across the yellow dust of the continent, through the salt and spray of the Tsushima Strait, packed in layers of heavy silk and cedar shavings. Now they rest here, in the heart of the islands, as the ultimate testament to the Queen's authority. Each mirror is a piece of the Emperor's light, a fragment of a distant, colossal civilization that has been planted in the soil of the Yayoi. Feel the staggering weight of this history as it settles into your marrow like a cold bronze anchor. Breathe in the metallic chill. Breathe out the warmth of the self. Now, focus on the light. The room is lit only by a single, low-frequency oil lamp, its orange flame a trembling, lonely spark in the vast indigo dark. But the mirrors do not let the light die. They catch the flame. One mirror reflects it to another, and another, and another. Watch with your inner eye as the orange glow travels across the room, bouncing from one polished bronze surface to the next, creating a shifting, shimmering geometry of fire in the darkness. The reflections are not perfect. They are warped by the slight curvature of the bronze, turning the simple flame into 100 dancing spirits. This is the mirror sorcery, the way the Queen uses the light to weave a net of divinity around her throne. Shimmer, flicker, shimmer. Listen to the specific rhythm of the metal against the wood. Scrape, clink. As you breathe, your own pulse creates a tiny vibration in the air, and the mirrors respond. It is a feedback loop of resonance, a subharmonic humming that matches the frequency of the stars. To the people of the Yayoi, who have only known the reflections in the dark puddles or the polished surface of a stone, these bronze mirrors are not objects, they are miracles. They are the physical proof that the Queen can capture the sun itself and bring it into the darkness of the earth. Feel the profound, ancient awe of this realization. You are no longer standing in a room, you are standing inside a celestial machine. Imagine the patterns on the backs of the mirrors, the intricate, swirling landscapes of gods, dragons, and divine beasts. Your fingers do not touch the bronze, but your mind can feel the texture of the carvings, the rhythmic rise and fall of the metal mountains, the sharp, geometric precision of the cosmic borders. These patterns are maps of the universe, designed to harmonize the energy of the land with the energy of the heavens. As the 100 mirrors vibrate together, they create a single, massive frequency, a mirror song that echoes through the wooden walls of the palace and out into the mists of the 100 countries. It is a sound of absolute, boring, and majestic order. Inhale, and the light ripples. Exhale, and the bronze settles. Feel the profound fatigue settling into your tired limbs as you listen to the rhythmic tinkling of the bronze. Your racing thoughts about the harvest, the politics, and the pain in your body are being ground down by the cold, unyielding pressure of the metal. The mirrors are reflecting your consciousness, stripping away the noise of the modern world until there is only the silver dust of the ancient past. You are safe here, in the cold heart of the treasury. You are protected by the 100 eyes of the sun. Every sound in the universe is being muffled and filtered by the weight of the bronze, until it is nothing but a ghostly chime in the dark. Tink, chime, peace. The lamp is dying down now, the orange flame becoming a tiny, deep crimson ember. The reflections in the mirrors are fading, retreating into the indigo void of the polished metal. But the vibration remains. The mirror song continues to hum in the silence, a permanent heartbeat that will outlast the queen, the palace, and the islands themselves. Sink down, further and further, into the cold, into the light, into the absolute rest of the celestial bronze. The 100 are watching over you. The transition is gentle. The history is whole. The treasury is sealed. The light is hidden. The bronze is at peace. And so are you. Just sleep. The sun will return in the morning, but for now, there is only the mirror. Listen. Listen to the movement of the light as it breaks across the surface of the past. You are still sitting in the heart of the sacred treasury, surrounded by the cold, metallic breath of the 100 bronze mirrors. The air is perfectly still, yet it feels as though it is vibrating with the weight of 1,000 secrets. The floor beneath you, the thick, dark planks of seasoned cedar, has become a sea of indigo shadow. In the center of this darkness, the solitary oil lamp is no longer just a light source. It has become the conductor of a celestial symphony. As the flame flickers in the microscopic currents of the air, its reflection is caught by the first mirror, then the second, then the 10th, until the entire room is filled with a shifting, liquid dance of fire. Close your eyes and imagine the geometry of the reflection. Each mirror is slightly different, its surface curved by the deliberate cooling process of the ancient forges. When the light hits the bronze, it does not bounce back in a straight line. It bends and swirls, turning the simple orange flame into a complex, shimmering tapestry of light. Flicker, sway, flicker. The shadows on the walls are no longer solid. They are translucent, moving with a 1/f fluctuation that matches the natural rhythm of your own pulse. You are not just watching a fire, you are watching the heartbeat of the universe, reflected 100 times over in the eyes of the gods. Chime, tink, chime. Listen for the resonance of the metal. As the temperature in the room shifts, the bronze mirrors expand and contract by the width of a single hair. This microscopic movement creates a faint, high-frequency singing, a mirror song that travels through the air like silver threads. It is a sound of absolute clarity, a frequency that cuts through the noise of the modern world and anchors you to the soil of the Yamatai. Every time the flame jumps, the reflections in the mirrors seem to jump with it, creating a rhythmic, visual percussion that lulls your brain into a state of deep, majestic trance. Pulse, glow, pulse, glow. Now, look deeper into the center of a single mirror. Beyond the reflection of the flame, there is a world of silver shadows. To the Queen, these mirrors are not just objects of authority, they are instruments of time. In the ripples of the bronze, she sees the faces of the ancestors who once walked the same muddy paths of the village. She sees the ghosts of the great deer that once roamed the Jomon forests. She sees the futures that have not yet arrived, the rising of the great keyhole tombs and the coming of the Iron Age. The mirror is a void that holds everything. It is a vessel for the collective memory of the 100 tribes. Feel the staggering, ancient weight of this vision as it wraps around your consciousness like a silken shroud. Breathe in the silver light. Breathe out the weight of the present. Think of the texture of the bronze surface. It is cool, almost icy, yet the light it holds is warm. This paradox is the essence of the Kido, the sorcery of the Queen. To be a leader is to hold the fire of the people within the cold, unyielding frame of the law. You can feel this balance within your own body as you listen to the rhythmic crackle of the lamp. The warmth of the fire is on your skin, but the cold vibration of the bronze is in your bones. Your racing thoughts are becoming liquid, melting into the reflections, turning into the silver dust of history. You are no longer a person who struggles. You are a person who reflects. Shh. Shh. Listen to the wind as it brushes against the high tower outside, a distant, ghostly hiss that barely penetrates the thick wooden walls. The mirrors respond to the vibration of the gale, creating a new layer of sound, a low, subharmonic humming that vibrates in the center of your chest. It is the sound of the world breathing through the metal. The orange flame in the lamp stretches and thins, turning into a long, golden needle that pierces the indigo dark. In the 100 mirrors, 100 golden needles are dancing in unison, weaving a net of light that protects the treasury from the chaos of the void. You are safe inside this net. You are protected by the 100 suns. Now, imagine the patterns on the back of the mirrors again, the swirling mythological beasts, the geometric borders of the cosmos. In the flickering light, these patterns seem to move. The dragons are breathing. The deities are turning their heads. The bronze is no longer a dead metal. It is a living, pulsating record of the spirit world. You feel a profound, ancient fatigue settling into your limbs, a tiredness that is shared by the makers of these mirrors and the kings who once owned them. It is a comfort, this heaviness. It is the gravity of permanence. You are being tucked into the history of the sun, layered with the rhythmic, silver shadows of the past. Inhale, and the bronze sings. Exhale, and the flame settles. The oil in the lamp is slowly being consumed, and the orange glow is becoming deeper, more crimson. The reflections in the mirrors are growing longer, more ghostly. They are reaching out from the bronze to touch your mind, carrying the silence of the Great Way and the peace of the Yamatai. Every sound in the universe is being filtered and softened by the weight of the metal, until it is nothing but a microscopic chime in the dark. Your sense of identity has completely dissolved into the reflections. You are the flame. You are the bronze. You are the silence. Tink, chime, peace. The transition from the world of light to the world of the mirror is complete. There is no more labor to perform. There is no more history to remember. The 100 suns are setting within the metal, leaving behind an indigo peace that has no end. Sink down, further and further, into the bronze, into the shadow, into the absolute rest of the reflected fire. The ancestors are watching you through the silver void. The queen is dreaming of the stars, and the history is whole. The lamp is a mere ember. The reflections are a dream. The bronze is at rest, and so are you. Just sleep. The sun is safe in the mirror. The night is yours. Listen. Listen to the final, majestic withdrawal of the light. You are sitting in the absolute center of the sacred treasury, surrounded by the silent, shimmering army of the 100 bronze mirrors. The orange flame of the oil lamp has become a mere needlepoint of light, a dying crimson ember that struggles to hold back the encroaching indigo void. As the heat fades from the room, the scent of the metal changes. The sharp, metallic tang of the bronze becomes deeper, cooler, and more profound. A scent of eternal permanence that has been buried in the dark soil for 2,000 years. This is the moment of the final reflection. The moment when the light of the men dissolves into the light of the gods. Close your eyes and feel the weight of the silence as it settles over you like a heavy, silken shroud. The mirrors are no longer reflecting the fire. They are beginning to reflect the darkness itself. In the dim, fading glow, the polished surfaces of the bronze have turned from golden orange to a deep, ghostly silver. A mirror darkness that seems to draw your consciousness into its depths. The subharmonic vibration of the metal has become a steady, tectonic drone, a heartbeat that is shared by the 100 countries and the infinite stars above. You are not just a spectator, you are becoming part of the resonance of the Wa. Tink, chime. Listen to the final, microscopic protests of the bronze as it cools to the temperature of the night. A single crystalline note rings out from the corner of the room, vibrating through the massive cedar pillars and into the marrow of your bones. It is the sound of the era settling. To the Queen, this silence is the ultimate victory. Each of the 100 mirrors is a silent sentinel, guarding the peace of the Yamatai with a gaze that never tires. They are the anchors that pin the spirit world to the physical earth. Feel the immense, ancient fatigue of this duty as it pulls the tension from your limbs, turning your body into a weightless reflection of the soil. Think of the boring history of the mirrors. For centuries, these bronze discs will lie in the darkness of the tombs, their polished faces slowly turning to a beautiful emerald green patina as the earth swallows them whole. They are the time capsules of the oracle. They hold the secrets of the Kido, the whispered prayers, the ritual smoke, and the majestic order of the Sun Queen, waiting for a distant future to find them once again. As you sit here in the darkening treasury, you are experiencing that eternity. You are stepping out of the frantic rhythm of the harvest and into the slow, rhythmic turning of the cosmic gears. Breathe in the silver void. Breathe out the noise of the age. Now, focus on the texture of the absolute dark. The oil lamp has finally flickered its last, and the room is plunged into a profound, velvet indigo. But you can still see the mirrors with your inner eye. They are glowing with a residual, celestial energy, a faint, rhythmic pulse that matches the slow rotation of the galaxy. The mythological beasts on their backs, the dragons, the phoenixes, the divine guardians, they are all at rest now, their metallic hearts beating in unison with your own. You are safe in the center of the 100 suns. You are protected by the weight of the bronze and the silence of the queen. Shh, shh. Listen to the wind outside. It has softened to a mere ghostly whisper against the high watchtower. The wind of transition has passed, leaving behind a world that is whole, stable, and perfectly still. The 100 tribes are dreaming together, their visions merging into the silver reflections of the mirrors. The history of the Yamatai is no longer a story of struggle. It is a story of absolute, grounding peace. You can feel this peace tucking you into the soil of the past, layering you with the heavy, unyielding permanence of the ancestors. Every cell in your body is now vibrating at the frequency of the bronze, a frequency of deep, majestic rest. Inhale, and the mirrors dream. Exhale, and the history is still. The transition from the world of light to the world of the infinite reflection is complete. There is no more labor to perform. There is no more future to fear. The 100 mirrors have captured the sun and hidden it in the dark for you to find in your dreams. Every sound in the universe has been filtered and muffled by the weight of the metal until it is nothing but a microscopic hum in the void. Your racing thoughts have been ground down into silver dust, scattered across the polished cedar floorboards of the treasury. You are no longer an individual. You are a part of the reflection. You are the oracle's last, silent breath of the day. Tink. A single, final note hangs in the air, vibrating until it becomes one with the silence. The treasury is sealed. The mirrors are at peace. The queen has closed her eyes. And now, you can close yours too. Sink down, further and further, into the bronze, into the indigo, into the absolute rest of the final reflection. The night is yours. The ancestors are home. The history is whole. Good night. Just sleep. Listen. Listen to the sound of a small object changing the weight of a world. You are moving beyond the silver reflections of the 100 mirrors and the cold metallic song of the treasury. You are entering the most private, most secret sanctum of the Queen. A room where the air is no longer just atmosphere, but a heavy, pressurized history. The scent here is profound. It is the smell of the Great Way, a mixture of cold, imperial metal, the sharp salt of the East China Sea, and the ancient, earthy aroma of purple silk. Resting upon a pedestal of dark, polished ebony is a small, square shadow. It is the golden seal. It is the Shingi Wa-O, the king of Wa, friendly to Wei. Feel the staggering gravity of this object as it pins the islands of Japan to the great celestial map of the continent. Close your eyes and focus on the microscopic presence of the gold. It is only a few centimeters across, small enough to be hidden in the palm of a hand, yet it feels as heavy as a mountain. This is not the common gold of the earth. This is the gold of authority, a metal that has been forged in the intense, administrative heat of the Luoyang Palace and carried across thousands of miles of ocean to reach this wooden sanctuary. Feel the vibration of the metal as it rests against the wooden pedestal. It is a low, subharmonic resonance that matches the slow, tectonic heartbeat of the earth itself. The seal is an anchor. It is the final, unyielding weight that balances the scales of the 100 tribes. Tink. Listen to the sound of the gold as the queen's shadow falls over it. A single, microscopic vibration rings through the air, a sound of absolute, crystalline permanence. Think of the boring history of this object. Thousands of miles away, a master engraver in the Great Way hunched over his bench, his bronze tools carving the ancient characters into the stubborn metal. Scrape, tap, scrape. Every stroke of his tool was a movement of history. Every flake of gold that fell away was a piece of the old world being discarded. Now, those characters, Shingi Wa-O, are here, in the indigo dark of the Yamatai, waiting to be pressed into the wax of 100 future decrees. Feel the immense, majestic slowness of this diplomatic dance as it wraps around your consciousness like a silken shroud. Breathe in the metallic chill of the continent. Breathe out the isolation of the islands. Now, focus on the texture of the ribbon. Attached to the gold is a long, heavy cord of fine silk, dyed with the deep, bruised purple of the imperial court. This is the shiju, the purple ribbon that signifies the highest rank bestowed upon a foreign king. Imagine the texture of that silk, the microscopic friction of the threads, the way it catches the dim orange light of the oil lamp and turns it into a ghostly violet glow. It is soft, yet it carries the strength of an empire. As the wind brushes against the palace walls outside, the ribbon moves with a slow, hypnotic wave. Swish, shh, swish. A sound like the falling of snow in a silent forest. It is the sound of legitimacy. It is the sound of the Queen's new global reach. Look into the heart of the gold with your inner eye. Beyond the surface, there is a world of heat and fire. This seal is the proof that the Yamatai is no longer a collection of scattered tribes fighting in the mud. It is a nation. It is a recognized power in the eyes of the Son of Heaven. The Queen understands that the weight of this seal is her greatest weapon. It is the shield that will silence the northern rebellions. It is the light that will guide the trade ships from the distant west. Feel the profound, ancient peace of this realization as it settles into your marrow. The struggle for survival is over. The era of the established order has arrived. You are safe within the gravity of the sovereign sun. Listen to the rhythmic breathing of the 1,000 maidens who guard the outer veils. Their collective breath is a low drone that anchors the room to the present moment. They are the human frame for the golden secret. Within this frame, time has slowed to a crawl. 1 second is an age. 1 breath is a dynasty. Your own racing thoughts, your worries about the future, the pain in your body, the noise of the modern world, they are all being ground down by the immense golden weight of the seal until they are nothing but silver dust on the cedar floor. You are becoming as still and as permanent as the gold itself. Now imagine the scent of the sea that brought this object here. A faint metallic saltiness that lingers in the air, mingled with the resinous smoke of the cedar. It is the smell of the great transition. The world is expanding. The horizons are opening. But here, in the center of the palace, everything is quiet. Everything is still. The gold does not need to shout to be heard. Its presence is a vibration that travels through the wood, through the soil, and into the very souls of the 100 tribes. You are part of that vibration. You are part of the Wa, the great harmony that is now sealed in gold. Inhale, and the empire settles. Exhale, and the heart is whole. The oil lamp is flickering low, the orange flame becoming a deep, final crimson glow. The shadows in the room are lengthening, reaching out from the corners to embrace the pedestal and the seal. Every sound in the universe is being filtered and muffled by the weight of the gold, until it is nothing but a microscopic hum in the void. Your sense of identity has completely dissolved into the indigo dark. You are the silk. You are the metal. You are the history. Sink down, further and further, into the gravity, into the dark, into the absolute rest of the golden seal. The transition from the world of men to the world of the sovereign is complete. There is no more labor to perform. There is no more past to remember. The gold is holding the silence for you. The ancestors are pleased. The oracle is at peace. And so are you. Just sleep. The seal is heavy. The night is eternal. Listen. Listen to the sound of history being locked into place. You have travelled past the cold, celestial reflections of the 100 mirrors and through the silent, pressurized atmosphere of the Golden Seal's sanctuary. Now you are entering the chamber of the scribe, a space where the fluid thoughts of the Queen are translated into the permanent, unyielding records of the state. The air here is different. It is warm, dense, and carries a complex tapestry of scents. The sharp forest scent of fresh pine soot, the earthy richness of wet clay, and the subtle sweet aroma of melting beeswax. This is the ink and the wax, the interface between the world of whispers and the world of the scroll. Close your eyes and focus on the rhythmic, repetitive sound of the suzuri, the inkstone. Scrape, swish, scrape, swish. A scribe, his movements as slow and deliberate as the growth of an ancient cedar, is grinding the soot-black ink into a shallow pool of mountain water. Feel the microscopic friction of the carbon against the stone, a sound that is both dry and liquid, a monotonous, boring cadence that clears the mind of all modern clutter. Every circle he draws with the ink stick is a second of history being concentrated into a single dark void. The ink is deep, oily, and carries the weight of 1,000 years of calligraphy. Scrape, swish. It is the sound of an empire beginning to think. Now, focus on the preparation of the record. The scribe is not using the paper of the future. He is using long, thin strips of split bamboo and polished cedar, the moken. Listen to the sound of the wooden strips as they are laid out on the table. A series of soft, musical clacks that resonate through the wooden floorboards. They are cool to the touch, their surfaces smoothed by the friction of a stone blade. The scribe dips his brush into the liquid darkness of the ink. The bristles are made of the fine, soft hair of a mountain goat, and then he begins to write. Swish, tap, swish. It is a sound like a single silken thread being drawn across a rough surface. He is recording the decrees of the queen, the movement of the grain, the loyalty of the 100 tribes. Breathe in the scent of the pine soot. Breathe out the noise of the world. But the ink is not enough. To communicate with the Great Way, the record must be sealed. It must be made absolute. Listen to the sound of the fire as it warms a small ceramic bowl of fude, the sealing clay. Pop, crackle. The clay is a mixture of fine river silt, cinnabar, and the secret oils of the yamatai. As it heats, it becomes soft, pliable, and heavy. A deep crimson mud that holds the heat of the ritual fire. The scribe takes a small portion of the warm clay and presses it onto the silk cord that binds the wooden strips together. Squelch, press. It is a moist, textured sound, a physical closing of a door. The clay is ready to receive the authority of the sun. Now comes the moment of the golden seal. The queen's hand reaches into the indigo dark and lifts the small square mountain of gold. It is heavy, cold, and absolute. She lowers it toward the warm crimson clay. Listen for the sound of the contact. Thud, squish. It is a low-frequency compression, a sound that you feel in the soles of your feet rather than in your ears. The gold bites into the clay, the ancient characters Xin, Wei, Wo, Wang being forced into the yielding earth. This is the weight of the sovereign. It is the physical proof that the words on the wood are the words of the queen. Feel the pressure of that seal as if it were being pressed into your own consciousness, flattening your racing thoughts into a single, beautiful, and boring permanence. Inhale, and the clay takes the mark. Exhale, and the history is locked. The gold is withdrawn, leaving behind a perfect square crater in the crimson mud, a landscape of authority that will outlast the silk, the wood, and the men who made them. As the clay cools, it begins to harden, the moisture evaporating into the still air of the palace. Listen to the sound of the contraction, a microscopic tink, as the seal becomes as solid as the stone of the mountains. This is the boring history of bureaucracy, The thousands of seals that were pressed day after day, year after year, to hold the great harmony together. It is the rhythm of a civilization that has finally found its center. Look at the finished document with your inner eye. The dark ink on the cedar, the crimson seal on the silk cord. It is a vessel of time. It will be placed into a box of lacquered wood, protected from the rain and the rot, and carried by 100 men across the silver waters to the imperial court of Luoyang. You can feel the profound, ancient fatigue of the scribe as he sets down his brush. His work is done. The message is secure. The transition from the spoken word to the written record is complete. Your own sense of self is beginning to blur and soften, becoming a part of the palace's own record. Every inhalation of the resinous air pulls you deeper into the trance of the Yamatai. Shh. Shh. Listen to the wind as it brushes against the high tower outside. It is the same wind that will carry the ships of the Great Way to the shores of the Yamatai. But inside the chamber of the scribe, everything is quiet. The ink is drying. The clay is cooling. The gold is back on its pedestal, a silent mountain in the dark. Every sound in the universe is being muffled and filtered by the weight of the seal until it is nothing but a microscopic hum in the void. Your mind is as empty and as receptive as a blank strip of cedar. You are the record. You are the mark. You are the piece. Scrape, thud, peace. The oil lamp is flickering low, turning the crimson seal into a deep, ghostly shadow. The shadows in the corners of the room are stretching out to embrace the table and the scribe. The history is whole. The empire is secure. You can finally let go of the need to remember. The wood will hold the words for you. The clay will hold the authority for you. Sink down, further and further into the ink, into the wax, into the absolute rest of the sovereign record. The night is yours. The ancestors are watching. The seal is permanent. Good night. Just sleep. The document is finished. The dawn is waiting. Listen. Listen to the absolute, unyielding finality of the silence. The chamber of the scribe has fallen dark, the scent of fresh pine soot and melting beeswax fading into the deep, resinous shadows of the palace walls. The records have been sealed. The crimson clay has hardened into stone, and the wooden strips have been tucked away into their lacquered boxes. Now, you are returning with the Queen to the innermost sanctum, carrying the golden seal back to its eternal resting place. The air here is cold, not the biting cold of the winter wind, but the pressurized ancient cold of a mountain's heart. There is no movement here, no whispers, no light. Only the vibration of the gold as it prepares to reclaim its throne of shadow. Close your eyes and feel the weight of the seal in the palm of your inner mind. It is a small, cold mountain of pure, imperial metal. As the Queen lowers it toward the pedestal of dark, polished ebony, the very atmosphere of the room seems to contract. Thud. The sound of the gold meeting the wood is low, heavy, and profound. It is not a sharp sound, but a sub-harmonic vibration that travels through the timber pillars, down into the sacred earth, and across the hundreds of miles of the Yamatai. This is the sound of the Absolute. It is the final, rhythmic pulse of an era that has been perfectly, boringly secured. The weight of the gold is now the weight of the land itself. Now, focus on the settling of the purple ribbon, the Shiju. As the seal finds its center on the pedestal, the long, silken cord coils around the base like a sleeping serpent. Swish, rustle. It is the sound of authority relaxing. The silk is heavy with the imperial dye, its fibers vibrating with the memory of the long voyage across the silver sea. It catches the last microscopic ghost of light in the room and turns it into a bruised violet shadow. Feel the texture of that silk as it rests against the cold bronze and the dark wood, a trinity of materials that hold the fate of a nation in a state of perfect, majestic suspension. Your own racing thoughts are being tucked into these silken folds, layered with the dust of the centuries. Breathe in the metallic peace of the sovereign. Breathe out the noise of the world. Think of the abyss of history. This pedestal is not just a piece of furniture, it is the edge of a great indigo ocean. Below the surface of this moment lie the thousands of years of the ancestors, the stone tools of the hunters, the clay vessels of the first farmers, and the whispered prayers of the ancient oracles. The golden seal sits on the surface of this abyss, a tiny, glowing beacon of order in a vast sea of time. To the Queen, the seal is a bridge to the eternal. She understands that while the wood may rot and the silk may fray, the gold, and the authority it represents, is permanent. It is the boring history of stability, the long, uneventful centuries of peace that are the true goal of her sorcery. Listen for the resonance of the palace. Even in the absolute dark, the building is alive. The massive cedar logs groan ever so slightly as they settle into the cooling night. Creak. The 1,000 handmaidens have all exhaled in a single, synchronized breath, their spirits withdrawing into the shadows behind the outer veils. You are alone with the Queen and the gold. There is no more need for words. There is no more need for decrees. The decree is the silence. Every inhalation of the cold, still air pulls you deeper into the trance of the Yamatai. Your identity, your name, your body, your modern life, is dissolving into the indigo void, leaving only the silver dust of the ancient past. Now, imagine the seal as it will remain for the next 2,000 years. The light will never touch it again. The damp earth will slowly rise to reclaim the palace. The wood will turn to soil. The gold will be buried in the dark, fertile womb of the mountains. It will wait there, in the absolute, boring silence, holding the friendly King of War in its metallic heart, until a new age discovers its weight. This is the comfort of history. The knowledge that everything is being recorded, everything is being sealed, everything is being held in the palm of the earth. Feel the profound, ancient safety of this burial as it wraps around you like a heavy velvet blanket. Inhale, and the gold dreams. Exhale, and the world is at peace. Every sound in the universe is being muffled and filtered by the weight of the pedestal. The wind outside, the distant lowing of the cattle, the rhythmic thud of the village pestles, they have all been silenced by the gravity of the sovereign sun. The transition from the active world of men to the eternal world of the deep record is complete. You are no longer a person who struggles, you are a person who rests. Your racing thoughts have been ground down by the pressure of the ebony and the gold, until they are nothing but microscopic vibrations in the void. You are part of the Wa, the great harmony that has no end. Thud. Shh. Peace. The oil lamp is finally dead. The room is total indigo. The golden seal is invisible, yet its presence is more powerful than ever. It is the sun in the dark. It is the law in the dream. Sink down, further and further, into the wood, into the metal, into the absolute rest of the pedestal's silence. The queen has finished her work. The brother has found his rest. The history is whole, and so are you. The ancestors are home. The darkness is safe. Just sleep. The seal is heavy. The night is eternal. The chapter is closed. Good night. Listen. Listen to the sound of the light beginning to fail. You are no longer in the pressurized silence of the palace or the metallic song of the treasury. You are standing in the open heart of the Yamatai, surrounded by the infinite emerald sea of the rice paddies. The sun is high, a burning golden eye that has watched over the islands for 10,000 generations. The air is warm, thick with the earthy scent of the soil and the rhythmic, dry rustle of the grain in the midday breeze. Everything is as it should be. The peasants are working, their stone hoes thudding into the soft mud. Thud, squelch, thud, a monotonous, boring cadence of survival. But then, a subtle, terrifying change begins at the edge of the world. Close your eyes and feel the temperature of the air as it starts to shift. It is not the gradual cooling of the evening, but a sharp, unnatural withdrawal of heat. The sun is still there, yet its light has lost its weight. The shadows on the ground are becoming strange, sharper, elongated, and vibrating with a low-frequency energy that you feel in the soles of your feet. Look up with your inner eye and see the first, tiny bite taken out of the sun. The moon, the dark traveller of the night, has stepped onto the celestial path of the day. Shh. A cold, sudden wind begins to whip through the valley, carrying the scent of the deep mountain ice. This is the false night. This is the day the sky begins to die. Listen to the silence of the living. The cicadas, which only moments ago were a screaming wall of sound, have suddenly stopped. Their music has been cut short by a primitive, ancestral fear. One by one, the birds in the sacred groves have ceased their singing, their wings flapping with a frantic, rhythmic urgency as they seek the safety of the eaves. Flap, flap, rustle. They do not understand the mechanics of the cosmos. They only know that the world is breaking. Feel the profound, ancient weight of this silence as it settles over the 100 tribes. It is a silence that is heavy, pressurized and cold, a vacuum that swallows the breath of the people and the spirit of the land. Breathe in the dying light. Breathe out the warmth of the world. Now, focus on the sound of the prayer. From the high watchtower and the deep sanctums of the palace, the low-frequency chanting begins. It is not a song of celebration, but a desperate, rhythmic vibration of survival. The priests and the handmaidens are pressing their foreheads into the earth, their voices merging into a single, sub-harmonic drone that matches the vibration of the cooling stones. They are begging the sun to return. They are offering their breath to the fading light. Feel this sound in the center of your chest, a monotonous, boring pulse that anchors your mind to the ancient terror of the Yamatai. The light is now a bruised, ghostly silver, the color of a dead man's eye. The emerald rice paddies have turned to a flat, metallic grey, their mirrored surfaces reflecting a sky that is no longer blue, but a deep, terrifying indigo. You can feel the moisture of the rising mist as it touches your skin, a cool, silken veil that wraps around your limbs, turning your body into a weightless shadow. The labour in the fields has stopped. The stone hoes are lying in the mud. The people are huddled together, their breathing a synchronized, rhythmic hiss in the unnatural twilight. They are waiting for the end of the world. Look at the shadows of the leaves on the ground. Each tiny gap between the foliage has become a pinhole camera, projecting 1,000 crescent-shaped suns onto the dark soil. It is a shimmering, dancing geometry of the void. Flicker, sway, flicker. The world is becoming a reflection of a reflection, a realm of ghosts where nothing is solid. Your own racing thoughts, your modern worries, the pain in your body, the noise of the century, they are all being eclipsed by the immense, vertical weight of the sky's death. You are becoming as still and as cold as the bronze mirrors in the treasury. You are becoming part of the boring history of the eclipse. Inhale, and the temperature drops. Exhale, and the light fades. The sun is now only a thin, silver thread, a fragile ring of fire that is being squeezed by the absolute dark. The birds have all found their nests, and the land is as quiet as a tomb. Even the wind has died, leaving a pressurized, airless silence that feels like the bottom of a deep indigo ocean. This is the transition. This is the moment where the rules of the world are suspended, and the spirits of the ancestors walk among the living. You are safe here, in the center of the terror. You are protected by the rhythm of the prayer and the weight of the history. Sink down into the cooling soil, further and further, into the silver, into the dark, into the absolute rest of the dying sky. Tink! A single metallic chime rings out from the palace, a sound of absolute clarity that cuts through the indigo twilight. It is the signal of the total eclipse. The last of the sun is gone. The corona, a ghostly shimmering crown of white fire, explodes into the darkness. The stars have come out in the middle of the day. Every sound in the universe has been muffled and filtered by the shadow of the moon. The transition is complete. The world of men is gone. There is only the void. And the void is peaceful. Sink down, further and further, into the indigo, into the silence, into the absolute rest of the false night. The sun is dreaming. The oracle is watching. The history is whole. And so are you. Good night. Just sleep. The sky is dark. The rest is yours. Listen. Listen to the absolute, terrifying perfection of the void. You are standing in the center of the total eclipse, the moment when the celestial world has completely swallowed the light of the sun. The sky is no longer a sky. It is a deep, bruised indigo dome where the stars shine with a cold, unnatural brilliance. The air has reached a point of impossible stillness. The temperature has dropped so sharply that you can feel the sudden crystalline bite of the frost in your lungs. As you exhale, your breath appears as a ghostly, white ribbon in the darkness, a visible soul drifting into the indigo vacuum. This is the heart of the false night. This is the moment where the heartbeat of the Yamatai stops. Close your eyes and focus on the silence of the earth. The dogs that were barking only minutes ago are now completely still, huddled in the deep shadows of the thatched eaves, their heads tucked between their paws in a primitive ancestral surrender. The cattle in the pens have stopped their lowing, their massive bodies vibrating with a silent, rhythmic shivering. Even the deer in the distant mountains have retreated into the deepest caves, their large, dark eyes reflecting a world that has lost its reason. There is no sound of wings. There is no sound of insects. The natural world has folded in on itself, waiting for a dawn that may never return. Shh. The only sound is the rhythmic, pressurized hiss of the cooling earth. Listen to the prayer. It has become a physical force, a low-frequency, sub-harmonic vibration that travels through the mud and into the soles of your feet. From every corner of the village, from every darkened hearth, the people are breathing their terror into the void. They are not shouting, they are whispering. 1,000 whispers of Amaterasu, return, merging into a single monotonous drone that matches the tectonic pulse of the islands. This is the sound of the boring history of fear, the rhythmic, repetitive chanting that has protected humanity from the darkness for 10,000 generations. Feel this vibration in the marrow of your bones, a heavy, grounding weight that pins you to the sacred soil. Now, focus on the presence of the Queen. Behind the high walls of the sanctuary, the oracle is at the center of the storm. She is the only one who does not tremble. Her shadow is a dark, unmoving pillar against the ghostly white corona of the sun. She is breathing in the cold, thin air of the eclipse, her spirit expanding into the indigo void. To the people, she is the only bridge left between the dying sky and the frozen earth. She is the one who must command the sun to be reborn, Imagine the scent of the ritual incense as it struggles to rise in the freezing air. A thick, oily aroma of parched herbs and ancient resins, trapped by the atmospheric pressure of the shadow. Chime. Tink. Chime. Listen for the sound of the bronze. A single priest, his hands shaking with the cold, strikes a small bronze bell, a sound of absolute clarity that cuts through the indigo twilight like a silver needle. The vibration travels across the silent paddies, echoing off the surface of the dark, unmoving water. It is a signal of the transition. The peak of the darkness has been reached. The history of the old world has been eclipsed, and for a few heartbeats, time itself has stopped. You are safe in this suspension. You are protected by the weight of the ritual and the permanence of the Queen's gaze. Your modern identity, the noise of the century, the pain in your body, is being frozen and shattered by the celestial cold. Breathe in the indigo silence. Breathe out the white ghost of your breath. Think of the silence of the beast. Within your own mind, the frantic animal thoughts have been hushed. The worry for the coming harvest, the fear of the northern wars, the hunger of the belly, they have all retreated into the shadows. There is only the breath. There is only the pulse. There is only the rhythm of the celestial cycle. You are being tucked into the history of the stars, layered with the heavy, unyielding silence of the ancestors who once stood on this same ground, watching the same sky die. It is a comfort, this absolute stillness. It is a shield against the chaos of the self. Inhale, and the corona shimmers. Exhale, and the earth waits. The indigo dark is now at its thickest, a velvet pressure that feels like the bottom of a deep, sacred well. But within that darkness, there is a seed of fire. You can feel it in the center of your chest, a tiny, rhythmic thrumming that matches the heartbeat of the sun. The Queen has reached the climax of her prayer. She lifts her hands, and the silk of her robes rustles with a dry, electric hiss. Swish, rustle, swish. The transition is beginning. The moon is moving. The first, microscopic sliver of light is about to break the shadow. But for now, you remain in the silence. You remain in the rest. Every sound in the universe has been muffled and filtered by the weight of the eclipse, until it is nothing but a ghostly hum in the void. The birds are still dreaming. The cattle are still shivering. And you are still floating in the indigo peace of the false night. Sink down, further and further, into the cold, into the quiet, into the absolute rest of the beast's silence. The oracle has spoken to the dark. The history is whole. And so are you. Good night. Just sleep. The sun is coming back, but not yet. The stillness is yours. Listen. Listen to the sound of the first microscopic splinter of the sun as it breaks the edge of the moon. You are still standing in the freezing, indigo heart of the total eclipse, but the absolute stillness is starting to vibrate with a new, terrifying energy. The darkness is no longer static. It is being pierced by a single, needlepoint of light so bright it feels like a physical blow against your eyes. This is the diamond ring, the moment the celestial veil begins to tear. Watch with your inner eye as the ghostly white corona vanishes, replaced by a sudden, liquid explosion of gold. The transition has begun. The false night is being burned away by the return of the sovereign sun. Close your eyes and feel the rush of the heat as it returns to the earth. It is not a slow warming, but a rhythmic, pulsating wave of energy that travels across the rice paddies and into the marrow of your bones. The crystalline bite of the frost is melting away, replaced by the soft, humid breath of the yayoi afternoon. As the light hits your skin, you can feel the microscopic expansion of your own spirit, a sensation of profound, ancient relief. The world is not ending. The sun has been reborn. Hoo. The cold wind of the eclipse has died down, replaced by a warm, golden breeze that carries the scent of damp earth and awakening life. Listen to the sound of the birds. They have realized that the night was a lie. One by one, from the deep cedar groves and the high eaves of the palace, the singing begins again. It is a chaotic, joyful symphony of chirps and trills, a wall of sound that rises to meet the returning light. Chirp, trill, flutter. The wings are no longer frantic. They are steady, catching the golden thermals as the atmosphere stabilizes. The cattle in the pens are lowing once more, a deep, resonant sound of physical reality that anchors the village to the present. The silence of the beast is over. The music of the living has returned. Breathe in the golden warmth. Breathe out the indigo fear. Now, focus on the presence of the Queen. From the high Watchtower, she is the first to see the colours return. The flat, metallic grey of the rice paddies is turning back to a vibrant, electric emerald. The dark, obsidian moats are becoming mirrors of blue once more. The thatched roofs of the houses are shifting from ghostly shadows to a warm, earthy brown. Himiko stands at the edge of the platform, her white silk robes glowing with an intensity that matches the sun itself. To the people below, she is the one who fought the moon and won. She is the one who commanded the darkness to retreat. Feel the immense, staggering peak of her authority as it settles over the 100 tribes like a permanent, golden crown. But listen closer to the frequency of the palace. Behind the triumph, there is a new, profound fatigue. This was the Queen's final great ritual, her last dialogue with the gods. The chronicles will say that she passed into the spirit world shortly after these years of the sky dying. As the sun rises higher, turning the Yamatai back into a world of mud and grain, the oracle begins her slow withdrawal into the eternal silence. This is the boring history of a legacy, the way a great power fades not with a scream, but with a majestic, rhythmic sigh. Feel your own racing thoughts being tucked into this golden sunset, layered with the knowledge that the cycle is complete. Listen to the rhythmic sound of the village returning to its labour. The stone hoes are being lifted once more. Thud, squelch, thud, as the farmers return to the soft, warm mud of the paddies. The weavers are returning to their looms, the wooden shuttles beginning their repetitive, boring dance of the threads. Click-clack, swish, click-clack. The trauma of the eclipse is being washed away by the mundane, beautiful requirements of survival. This is the ultimate comfort of the Yamatai. No matter how many times the sky dies, the earth remains. No matter how many times the sun is eclipsed, the rice continues to grow. You are part of this permanence. You are a single, peaceful grain in the great harvest of history. Now, imagine the scent of the late afternoon, the smell of sun-warmed thatch, of drying mud, and the distant, sweet smoke of the communal hearths. It is the smell of a world that has been saved. Your body is becoming heavy, but it is a lightness of heart that allows you to sink. The tension of the false night has evaporated into the gold, leaving your mind as clear and as receptive as a polished bronze mirror. You are safe here, in the arms of the reborn sun. You are protected by the prayer of the Queen and the resilience of the soil. Every sound in the universe is being muffled and softened by the warmth of the light until it is nothing but a microscopic hum in the void. Inhale, and the world is green. Exhale, and the heart is still. The sun is beginning its final, slow descent toward the western mountains, but this time it is the natural, beautiful death of the day. The shadows are long, soft, and indigo, reaching out to tuck the village into the sleep of the night. The transition from the celestial terror to the earthly rest is complete. There is no more past to fear. There is no more future to worry over. The sun is back in its place. The oracle is at rest in her sanctuary, and the 100 tribes are dreaming together under a sky that is once again whole. Tink. A single, final note from a bronze chime in the palace rings out, a sound of absolute peace that travels across the silver water. It is the signal of the day's end. The chapter is finished. The story of the sky has been told. Every cell in your body is now vibrating in harmony with the golden light that remains in the wood and the stone. Sink down, further and further, into the warmth, into the colours, into the absolute rest of the reborn sun. The ancestors are watching. The history is whole, and so are you. Good night. Just sleep. The light is safe. The dawn will wait. Listen. Listen to the sound of a peace that is no longer absolute. You have travelled through the golden rebirth of the sun and the majestic reflections of the 100 mirrors. But now, the air has changed its frequency once more. The wind is no longer coming from the sacred western mountains or the infinite eastern sea. It is coming from the south, from the dense, untamed forests where the sun struggles to touch the earth. It is a wind that carries the scent of wild iron, of untamed beasts, and the sharp, bitter smoke of 1,000 war fires. This is the shadow of the Kunan, the dog-slave kingdom. This is the shadow of Himiko, the king who does not bow to the queen. Close your eyes and focus on the very edge of your hearing. Thud, thud, thud. It is a sound so low and so distant that it feels more like a vibration in the soil than a sound in the air. It is the drumming of the southern tribes. It is not the rhythmic, spiritual heartbeat of the Yamatai's rituals. This is a hard, hollow percussion, the sound of skin stretched over hollowed logs, struck with the force of 1,000 warriors. Thump, pause, thump. It is a monotonous, boring cadence that signals a coming storm. Every beat travels through the mud of the rice paddies, up through the timber pillars of the Watchtower, and into the very marrow of your bones. The air in the southern borderlands is thick with the sound of the tall grass as it parts for the unseen. Swish, rustle, swish. Imagine the movement of 1,000 men, hidden by the emerald curtain of the wilderness. They do not wear the fine, indigo-dyed silk of the palace. They wear the skins of wolves and the rough fibers of the mountain hemp. Their breathing is a low, rhythmic hiss, a collective predator's exhalation that matches the swaying of the bamboo groves. They are the shadow of Kunan, a force of nature that has refused the order of the golden seal. Feel the pressure of their proximity, a heavy, velvet weight that presses against the silence of your own heart. Breathe in the scent of the wild iron. Breathe out the safety of the sanctuary. Now, focus on the sound of the weaponsmiths. In the darkened huts at the edge of the village, the rhythm of survival has taken a sharper turn. Scrape, swish, scrape, swish. Listen to the sound of a bronze spearhead being sharpened against a wet whetstone. It is a high-frequency, crystalline friction, a sound that cuts through the low drone of the distant drums. Every stroke of the stone against the metal is a prayer for protection, a microscopic vibration that turns the bronze into a tooth of the empire. The water on the stone is cool, carrying the scent of minerals and earth. Scrape, swish. The repetition is hypnotic, a boring and majestic cadence that prepares the spirit for the unknown. Look toward the south with your inner eye. Beyond the last watchtower, the mountains rise like the jagged teeth of a beast. The sky there is a different shade of indigo, darker and more turbulent. Occasionally, you can hear the long, mournful howl of a wolf, a sound that carries the ancient, primitive loneliness of the islands. Awoo! It is answered by the distant shout of a sentinel, a voice that is swallowed almost instantly by the vast vertical distance. The tension is a physical thing, a silken thread that has been stretched until it begins to sing. But even in this tension, there is a profound, ancient rest. You are part of a story that is much older than your own fear. Thump, thump, thump. The drums are louder now, a slow and rhythmic pulse that matches the tectonic movement of the clouds. They speak of a conflict that the Wei-ji will one day record, the long, grinding war between the queen and the king of Kunan. But to you, standing in the twilight, it is not history, it is the atmosphere. It is the boring history of the border, the long, uneventful months of watching, waiting, and breathing. The Yamatai is a fortress of silence, but its walls are made of human hearts. Your own racing thoughts, the worries for the harvest, the pain in your body, the noise of the future, they are being absorbed by the rhythmic drumming of the south. Now, focus on the presence of the Queen's protectors, the Josaku. They stand on the ramparts, their shadows long and unmoving against the darkening sky. They do not speak. They listen. They are the human buffer between the peace of the palace and the chaos of the wilderness. Their spears are held steady, their breathing synchronized with the wind. You can feel their collective strength wrapping around the village like a heavy indigo blanket. It is a comfort, this vigilance. It is the shield that allows the rice to grow and the oracle to dream. Sink down into the cooling earth, feeling the vibration of the drums as a lullaby of the land. Inhale, and the grass parts. Exhale, and the drum fades. The wind picks up a new scent, the smell of the coming rain mingled with the earthy aroma of the forest floor. The transition from the day of the sun to the night of the watch is complete. Every sound in the universe is being muffled and filtered by the distance between the Yamatai and the Kunan. The drumming is becoming a mere ghost of a sound, a microscopic thrumming that lives at the edge of your dreams. Your mind is as still and as receptive as the surface of a dark pond. You are the sentinel. You are the soil. You are the peace that remains in the face of the shadow. Scrape, thump, peace. The first stars are appearing over the southern peaks, cold and indifferent to the struggles of men. Their light is a silver dust that falls upon the spears and the drums alike. The history is whole. The empire is watchful. You can finally let go of the need to be afraid. The towers will hold the gaze. The drums will tell the story. Sink down, further and further, into the grass, into the dark, into the absolute rest of the southern shadow. The oracle is dreaming of the victory. The ancestors are home. The night is yours. Good night. Just sleep. The drums are far away. The dawn is certain. Listen. Listen to the sound of an intruder in the temple of silence. You are deep within the inner audience chamber of the Yamatai, seated behind the triple-layered veils of translucent indigo silk. The air is cold, heavy with the scent of smouldering pine and the sharp medicinal aroma of ritual herbs. But there is a new scent today, the raw, wild smell of the southern forests, the scent of unwashed hemp, of animal grease, and the cold, bitter sweat of a warrior who has travelled for 7 days through the mud and the rain. The messenger from Kunan has arrived. He does not bow with the rhythmic grace of the Queen's courtiers. He stands like a jagged stone in a field of silk. Close your eyes and focus on the sound of his movements. Scuff, thud, rustle. He wears robes of coarse, undyed hemp that scratch against the polished cedar floorboards, a dry, abrasive sound that cuts through the subharmonic humming of the handmaidens. Unlike the silent Sahi, the messenger carries the noise of the world with him. Feel the vibration of his presence as it disrupts the pressurized peace of the sanctuary. He is a fragment of the wild south, a living reminder that the Queen's authority has an edge. Rustle, scuff. Every step he takes toward the veil is a rhythmic, boring challenge to the order of the sun. Breathe in the scent of the wild hemp. Breathe out the safety of the veil. Listen for the voice of the messenger. It is not a whisper. It is a low, guttural growl that vibrates in the rafters like distant thunder. He speaks a dialect that is rougher, more primitive than the refined tongue of the palace. He brings a message from Himiko, the king of the south. He speaks of land that will not be shared, of rice that will not be paid in tribute, of the bronze mirrors that will be shattered by the stone axes of his people. Listen to the way his words hit the silk, muffled, low, heavy, as if the air itself is trying to swallow his defiance. It is a monotonous, boring recitation of power and pride. Now, focus on the response of the Queen. There is no sound from behind the veil, only the absolute, majestic silence of the oracle. But in that silence, there is a physical pressure. The air in the room seems to contract, becoming dense and cold. Tink. A single, microscopic vibration from the bronze mirror in the corner rings out, a crystalline note of clarity that silences the messenger's growl. The Queen does not need to speak. Her presence is a frequency that ground the intruder's energy into the floorboards. Feel your own racing thoughts, the tension of the negotiation, the pain in your body, being absorbed by this divine silence. The brother, the Queen's shadow, steps forward. Listen to the sound of his voice as he translates the Queen's stillness into the language of men. His voice is a smooth, rhythmic drone, a subharmonic chant that carries the weight of the golden seal. He speaks of the great way, of the Emperor's protection, of the 1,000 ships that could cross the Silver Sea to burn the southern forests. It is a negotiation of shadows, a battle of resonances. The messenger's breathing is heavy and irregular, a jagged contrast to the synchronized, rhythmic breath of the palace. Inhale, and the tension rises. Exhale, and the silence holds. Listen to the sound of the tribute. The messenger reaches into a bag made of wolfskin and produces a gift that is a threat. Clack. He places a jagged piece of raw iron upon the cedar floor. It is unpolished, cold, and heavy. It is the metal of the south, the metal of the rebels. As the iron touches the wood, the room vibrates with a new, metallic frequency. It is a sound of change. It is a sound of the coming Iron Age. Think of the boring history of this friction, the thousands of years where bronze and iron met in the darkness of the islands, deciding the fate of the soil. Now, imagine the movement of the silk veils. A stray current of cold air from the southern mountains rushes into the room, causing the indigo curtains to billow and snap, snap, swish, snap. For a fraction of a second, the light of the oil lamp catches a glimpse of the Queen's shadow through the layers. She is as unmoving as the mountains. She is the eye of the storm. The messenger feels her gaze, and for the first time, his scuffing footsteps become hesitant. He is beginning to realize that the Yamatai is not just a palace of wood and silk. It is a fortress of the spirit. Swish, shh, swish. The negotiation is ending. No words were exchanged, but the message has been delivered. The messenger begins to withdraw, his scuffing steps moving backward toward the light of the day. Scuff, thud, scuff. The raw scent of the forest fades, replaced once more by the resinous peace of the cedar and the mugwort. The jagged piece of iron remains on the floor, a cold, dark tooth in the center of the sanctuary. Every sound in the universe is being muffled and filtered by the weight of the Queen's silence, until it is nothing but a microscopic hum in the void. Feel the profound, ancient fatigue settling into your limbs as the tension of the meeting dissolves. You are safe. The veil is intact. The oracle has stood her ground. Your modern identity, the noise of the century, the worries of the future, is being tucked into the indigo folds of the silk, layered with the silver dust of the ancient past. You are the floorboards. You are the silk. You are the silence that follows the messenger. Sink down, further and further, into the wood, into the dark, into the absolute rest of the southern shadow. Tink. A final chime from the treasury rings through the palace, a sound of completion. The messenger is gone. The south is a distant thunder. The history is whole, and so are you. The ancestors are home. The darkness is safe. Good night. Just sleep. The iron is cold. The silence is yours. Listen. Listen to the sound of the atmosphere as it prepares to break. You are standing upon the highest platform of the great Watchtower, but the infinite gale of Chapter 3 has changed. It is no longer a traveller, it is a weight. The air is thick, humid, and heavy with the scent of ozone and the deep, electric charge of a coming storm. To the south, the horizon has disappeared behind a wall of bruised, indigo clouds, a mountain of darkness that is moving slowly, rhythmically, toward the heart of the Yamatai. This is the gathering storm, the moment when the whispers of the Kido and the shadow of the king of Kunan finally collide. Feel the pressure of the sky as it presses down upon the cedar roof, a silent, vertical force that anchors your spirit to the soil. Close your eyes and focus on the sound of the earth. Beneath the high tower, the great harmony of the 100 tribes is no longer boring. It is vibrating with the energy of 1,000 soldiers. There are no horses here. The Weiji records the land is without oxen or steeds. There is only the rhythmic, heavy tread of human feet. Thud, scuff, thud, scuff. Thousands of warriors, their bodies wrapped in layered hemp and bark armor, are moving into position along the wooden ramparts. They do not speak. They do not shout. Their breathing is a synchronized, low-frequency hum that matches the distant rumble of the thunder. They are the human wall of the Queen, a living fortification of flesh and bone. Rumble, crackle. Listen to the thunder as it travels from the southern peaks. It is not a sharp clap, but a long, guttural groan of the sky, a sound that resonates in the very center of your chest. It is answered by the drums of Kunan, which have now reached a fever pitch. Thump, 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 thump. The dog-slave kingdom is howling at the borders. You can hear the distant, collective barking of their war dogs, a raw, primitive sound that carries the ancient, untamed spirit of the wilderness. It is a symphony of confrontation, a majestic and terrifying cadence of a world that is about to change. Feel the vibration of the drums as it travels up the timber pillars, turning the Watchtower into a giant wooden bell of history. Now, focus on the presence of the foreign voice. Standing beside the Queen's shadow is a man who carries the weight of a distant empire. Janjung, the messenger from the Great Way. Listen to the sound of his silk robes as they rustle in the damp wind, a refined, metallic hiss that speaks of the Luoyang palaces. He carries a wooden tablet, a decree from the emperor that calls for the cessation of the war. But his voice is barely a whisper against the storm. He is a single, rational thread in a tapestry of ancient spirits. He is the boring history of diplomacy, trying to hold back the tide of a tribal war with words of ink and wax. Feel the contrast between the cold, administrative logic of the Wei and the raw, electric energy of the Yamatai. Breathe in the scent of the rain-wet cedar. Breathe out the tension of the borders. Imagine the texture of the weapons. In the dim, indigo light of the Watchtower, the bronze spears of the Queen's Guard are glowing with a ghostly, greenish light. They are cool to the touch, their edges sharpened until they sing in the wind. Shh. Beside them, the iron swords of the southern lords are dark, jagged shadows, the metal of the future, hungry for the soil. The transition from the age of the stone and the bronze to the age of the iron is happening right now, in the friction of the storm. Every flash of lightning reflects off the 100 mirrors in the treasury below, turning the palace into a beacon of silver fire. You are safe inside this light. You are protected by the resonance of the sovereign sun. Now, focus on the rhythm of the morning of the decision. The sky is beginning to turn from indigo to a cold, bruised grey. The rain has not yet fallen, but the moisture is a silken veil that wraps around your limbs, turning your body into a weightless shadow. Your racing thoughts, the worries for the future, the pain in your body, the noise of the modern world, they are all being ground down by the immense vertical pressure of the storm. You are becoming as still and as permanent as the cedar pillars. You are becoming part of the boring history of the standoff, the long, uneventful hours where two nations look at each other across a field of mud, waiting for the gods to speak. Inhale, and the thunder rolls. Exhale, and the heart settles. The Queen is performing her final ritual of the Kido. Behind the layers of silk, she is whispering to the storm. Her voice is a low, guttural vibration that matches the frequency of the wind. She is calling for the rain to wash away the blood before it is shed. She is calling for the clouds to hide the sun so the mirrors can dream. Listen to the rhythmic hiss of the silk as she moves, a sound like the falling of 1,000 leaves. This is her power. Not the spear, but the silence. Not the drum, but the resonance. Feel the profound, ancient peace of this sorcery as it settles into your marrow. Crack. Hiss. A single bolt of lightning strikes the sacred peak to the west, and finally, the rain begins. It is not a gentle drizzle, but a massive rhythmic pounding, a wall of water that hits the thatched roofs with the force of 1,000,000 tiny drums. Patter, patter, patter. Hiss. The scent of the dry earth meeting the wet sky explodes into the air, the smell of the petrichor, the spirit of the soil. The sound of the war dogs and the southern drums is swallowed by the roar of the water. The storm has arrived to mediate the conflict. The decisive morning has been postponed by the tears of the heavens. You can finally let go of the tension. The world is being washed clean. Every sound in the universe is being muffled and filtered by the weight of the rain until it is nothing but a ghostly hum in the void. The soldiers are standing still, their hemp robes soaking up the water. The messenger from the way has tucked his tablet into his sleeve, and you are sinking down, further and further, into the timber, into the dark, into the absolute rest of the gathering storm. The oracle is breathing with the rain. The ancestors are home. The history is whole. Sink down, further and further, into the indigo, into the silence, into the absolute rest of the Watchtower. The transition is gentle. The night is returning. The chapter is finished. And so are you. Just sleep. The storm is guarding you. The dawn will be quiet. Listen. Listen to the sound of the world being covered in soil. You have travelled through the golden rebirth of the sun and the electric tension of the southern wars. But now, the air has reached a point of absolute, terminal stillness. The great hall is empty. The silk veils are unmoving. The 100 mirrors have been wrapped in dark cloth, their celestial light tucked away into the indigo night. The queen has passed beyond the final veil of the living, and now the Yamatai is beginning its greatest, most monotonous work. This is the construction of the choka, the great mound of 100 steps. Feel the weight of the earth as it begins to rise from the mud of the plains, a man-made mountain of peace that will hold the oracle forever. Close your eyes and focus on the rhythmic, repetitive sound of the labor. Thud. Scuff. Thud. Scuff. Thousands of men and women, their bodies caked in the dark, fertile clay of the valley, are moving in a single synchronized heartbeat. They are carrying straw baskets filled with earth, the sacred soil that has fed the tribes for 10,000 years. Listen to the sound of the baskets as they are emptied. A soft, textured hiss of falling dirt, followed by the heavy, rhythmic thud of wooden tamping tools. Thump, thump, Thump. It is the boring history of the monument, the millions of small, individual movements that turn the soil into a fortress of the spirit. Think of the scale of this work. 100 paces across, 144 meters of unyielding earth. This is not a project of stone and steel, it is a project of the skin. Feel the microscopic friction of the dirt against the cedar shovels, a dry, earthy rustle that vibrates in the marrow of your bones. The air is thick with the scent of the deep ground, the aroma of minerals, of buried roots, and the damp coolness of the ancestors' realm. As the mound rises, it creates its own atmosphere, a localized pressure of permanence that swallows the noise of the modern world. Thump. Hiss. Thump. You are being buried under the weight of the piece. Breathe in the scent of the sacred clay. Breathe out the noise of the era. Now, focus on the sound of the procession. Through the rising walls of the mound, a line of shadows is moving. These are the Nuhi, the 100 attendants who will follow the queen into the darkness. Listen to the sound of their feet on the fresh earth, a soft, muffled shuffling that sounds like the falling of 1,000 leaves. Scuff, scuff. They do not weep. They do not cry out. They have merged their breathing into the slow, tectonic rhythm of the tomb. They are the human seal of the oracle, a living sacrifice that turns the Kei Hyakuyo Ho, a giant mound over 100 paces in diameter, into a bridge between the heavens and the underworld. The sun is low on the horizon, turning the half-finished mound into a jagged, indigo pyramid against the bruised purple sky. The shadows are long, reaching out across the rice paddies like the fingers of a sleeping god. Every time a new layer of earth is laid down, the vibration travels through the soil and into the soles of your feet. Thud. It is the sound of the earth accepting its guest. It is the sound of the Yamatai's foundation being solidified. Your racing thoughts, the worries of the future, the pain in your body, the clutter of the century, they are all being covered, layer by layer, by the rhythmic falling of the dirt. Inhale, and the basket empties. Exhale, and the earth is packed. Listen to the sound of the wooden hammers as they strike the clay. Tock, tock, tock. It is a sound of absolute clarity that cuts through the low drone of the 1,000 workers. Each strike is a measurement of time. Each strike is a confirmation of the order. The Queen's Kido has been translated into the physical reality of the mound. She is no longer a voice behind a veil. She is the gravity of the land itself. Feel the profound, ancient fatigue of the labourers as it settles into your own limbs. It is a sacred tiredness, a weight that allows you to sink deeper into the soil of the past. Imagine the texture of the straw baskets, rough, dried grass, woven with the strength of the tribe. Listen to the rustle of the fibres as the baskets are passed from hand to hand. Swish, rustle, swish. It is a sound of connection. It is the sound of the Wa, the great harmony, performing its final service to the Sun Queen. Within the centre of the mound, the Queen rests in a coffin of solid cedar, surrounded by her mirrors, her seal, and her silence. The earth above her is becoming a silken blanket of indigo dark, protecting her from the rain, the wind, and the eyes of men. Shh. Shh. The wind picks up a new note, a long, mournful whistle, as it brushes against the steep sides of the mound. It carries the scent of the coming autumn, the smell of the dying grass and the cooling rice. The transition from the world of action to the world of the monument is complete. Every sound in the universe is being muffled and filtered by the weight of the 100 steps, until it is nothing but a microscopic hum in the void. You are the soil. You are the basket. You are the silence that builds the mountain. Sink down, further and further, into the clay, into the dark, into the absolute rest of the 100-step mound. Thud, scuff, peace. The first stars are appearing over the peak of the tomb, their silver light reflecting off the damp mud. The 100 attendants have reached their places. The workers have laid down their shovels. The history is whole. The oracle is home. You can finally let go of the need to be present. The earth will hold the memory for you. The mountain will guard the peace for you. Sink down into the indigo, into the silence, into the weight of the sacred earth. The mound is finished. The night is eternal. Listen. Listen to the sound of the world being sealed in stone. You are no longer standing on the rising slopes of the earth mound, feeling the wind of the plains. You have followed the long indigo shadows deep into the heart of the choka, the great mound. You are now standing within the stone chamber, a cavern carved from the massive, prehistoric blocks of granite and basalt, hauled here by the strength of 1,000 tribes. The air here is ancient, heavy, and perfectly still. It carries the scent of damp minerals, of cold subterranean water, and the lingering, sweet ghost of the mugwort incense burned during the final ritual. This is the silence of the Sahi, the threshold of eternity. Close your eyes and focus on the resonance of the stone. The chamber is a giant granite bell, waiting to be filled with the silence of the Queen. Around you, in the absolute indigo dark, are the 100 attendants, the Nuhi. Listen to the sound of their presence. It is not the sound of voices, for they have surrendered their speech to the spirit world. It is the sound of fabric. Swish, rustle, swish. 100 robes of fine, undyed hemp and wild silk brushing against the rough, cold surfaces of the granite walls. It is a dry, rhythmic hiss, a boring and majestic cadence that fills the chamber like the sound of a slow-moving river. Rustle. Shh. Rustle. Now, focus on the rhythmic breathing of the 100. 100 souls, their lungs moving in a single, synchronized heartbeat. Inhale. Exhale. The sound is a low-frequency hum, a subharmonic vibration that anchors the stone chamber to the tectonic pulse of the islands. To the people of the Yamatai, this is not an end, it is a transition. The attendants are not weeping, they are settling. They are becoming the living guardians of the oracle's rest. Feel this collective breath as it wraps around you, a heavy, velvet blanket of life that is preparing to enter the long, silver sleep of the ancestors. Breathe in the cold scent of the granite. Breathe out the noise of the living world. Listen to the sound of the Queen's final arrangement. In the center of the chamber, upon a bed of sacred river stones, rests the cedar coffin. Listen to the sound of the bronze mirrors as they are laid around her, one by one, their polished faces reflecting only the infinite dark. Chime, tink, chime. It is a crystalline music, a sound of absolute clarity that echoes off the stone ceiling and into the marrow of your bones. Each mirror is a fragment of the sun, now being tucked into the indigo void. The golden seal, with its purple ribbon, is placed upon the lid, a final heavy weight that secures the legitimacy of the Yamatai for the next 2,000 years. But now, the air begins to shift. A low, guttural vibration starts at the entrance of the long stone corridor. Grumble, scrape, grumble. This is the sound of the Ishimon, the heavy stone door. It is a massive slab of granite, 5 paces thick, being moved by the rhythmic pulling of the outer guards. Listen to the friction of stone against stone, a sound that is deep, gravelly, and tectonic. It is the sound of a world being closed. Every centimetre the stone moves, the light from the corridor narrows, until it is only a thin, silver thread on the floorboards. Scrape, rumble, scrape. Inhale, and the stone moves. Exhale, and the light fades. The sound of the door is the sound of finality. It is a majestic, boring repetition of force against mass. It is the boring history of the tomb, the long, slow closure that turns a queen into a myth. Feel the pressure in the room increase as the last gap is sealed. The sound of the wind, the cry of the birds, and the rhythmic thud of the village pestles are all being cut off, one by one, until there is nothing left but the internal music of the stone. Thud. The door meets the threshold. The seal is complete. The silence that follows is absolute, a heavy, velvet weight that presses down upon your soul. Now, you are in the total indigo. There is no light, yet your inner eye can still see the 100 attendants as they find their places on the cold stone floor. Listen to the sound of them sitting down, a soft, final thud of hemp against granite. Thud, thud, thud. They are arranging themselves into a living pattern of protection. Their breathing is slowing now, becoming as shallow and as rhythmic as the growth of the lichen on the walls. They are no longer individuals. They are a part of the architecture of the afterlife. You are safe here, in the heart of the mountain. You are protected by the 100 silences of the Sahi. Shh. Shh. Imagine the texture of the darkness. It is thick, liquid, and carries the warmth of the earth's core. Your racing thoughts, the worries of the future, the pain in your body, the noise of the modern century, they have all been crushed by the weight of the granite door. They have been ground into silver dust, scattered across the floor of the stone chamber. There is no more past. There is no more future. There is only this moment of perfect, boring, and majestic suspension. You are the stone. You are the silk. You are the silence that follows the closing of the door. The sub-harmonic vibration of the earth is all that remains. It is the heartbeat of the Yamatai, continuing to pulse through the soil, through the rice, and through the memories of the tribes. But inside the tomb, the music has ended. The transition is complete. The oracle is at rest. The Sahi are at peace, and so are you. Every cell in your body is now vibrating at the frequency of the granite, a frequency of deep, eternal rest. Sink down, further and further, into the dark, into the quiet, into the absolute rest of the stone deep. The mountain is whole. The history is sealed. The ancestors are watching. You can finally let go. The stone will hold the silence for you. The dark will hold the dream for you. Sink down, further and further. The door is closed. The night is eternal. Good night. Just sleep. Listen. Listen to the sound of the world as it finally settles into its new, permanent shape. You are standing at the base of the finished mound, the Choka, a mountain of sacred earth that has swallowed the light of the Sun Queen. The noise of the 10,000 workers, the rhythmic thud of the tamping tools, and the heavy breathing of the basket bearers have all faded into the distance. The plains of the Yamatai are silent once more, but it is a silence that is different than before. It is a silence that carries the echo of the soil, a vibrating, low-frequency hum that tells the story of the 100 steps. The mound is no longer a construction. It is a landscape. It is the new center of the world. Close your eyes and focus on the sound of the wind as it brushes against the steep, fresh slopes of the tomb. Shh. Shh. The wind is no longer carrying the scent of the southern wars or the electric charge of the eclipse. It is carrying the scent of new grass, of drying clay, and the faint, sweet aroma of the funeral flowers that have been scattered across the peak. Listen to the microscopic rustle of the straw that has been laid over the soil to protect it from the rain. Swish, rustle, swish. It is a dry, rhythmic hiss, a boring and majestic cadence that signals the end of the morning. The history of the Great Queen is now a part of the geology of the islands. Breathe in the scent of the resting earth. Breathe out the weight of the grief. Now, focus on the sound of the fading crowd. In the distance, toward the village and the palace, the thousands of people are returning to their homes. Their footsteps are a soft, collective murmur on the mud paths, a sound like the receding tide of a silver sea. Scuff, scuff, scuff. They are tired, their limbs heavy with the labor of the 100 steps, but their spirits are quiet. They have seen the oracle safely into the mountain. They have secured the peace of the ancestors. Feel this collective exhaustion settling into your own body, a profound, ancient fatigue that allows you to sink deeper into the indigo twilight. The era of the first sun is over. But listen. Listen for a new sound, a sound that is high-pitched, light, and rhythmic, From the direction of the palace, coming down the long, cedar-lined path toward the foot of the mound, comes a single pair of feet. Tap, tap, tap. These are not the heavy, deliberate steps of the brother. These are not the shuffling, synchronized steps of the Sahi. These are the footsteps of a child. A 13-year-old girl, her feet small and bare against the cooling earth. This is Io, the daughter of the lineage, the new oracle of the Yamatai. Tap, scuff, tap. Her rhythm is different. It is quicker, lighter, carrying the energy of a new dawn. Tap, tap, tap. Now, focus on the sound of her breath. It is not the pressurized, ritual breathing of the sanctuary. It is the clear, rhythmic breathing of the morning. Inhale, exhale. She stops at the base of the great mound, her shadow small but sharp against the massive wall of earth. She is the bridge between the silence of the tomb and the noise of the future. Listen to the rustle of her robes. They are made of fresh, white hemp, smelling of the sun and the river water. Swish, rustle, swish. As she bows toward the hidden queen, the air in the valley seems to brighten, a microscopic shift in the frequency of the light. Think of the boring history of this transition. The Weiji tells us that after the great queen passed, the land fell into chaos. 1,000 were killed in the fighting, until this young girl, Io, was raised to the throne. Her presence is the magic that stops the spears. Her voice is the resonance that restores the harmony. As you listen to the soft, rhythmic sound of her prayer, you can feel the tension of the 100 tribes dissolving once more. The Wa, the great harmony, is being reborn in the heart of a child. Feel the profound, ancient peace of this realization as it wraps around you like a silken shroud. Inhale, and the new queen speaks. Exhale, and the world listens. Listen for the sound of the mirrors. From the palace behind her, the vibration of the 100 bronze mirrors travels through the air, catching the frequency of her voice. It is a low-frequency connection, a celestial dialogue that spans the distance between the stone chamber and the open sky. The sun is beginning to peak over the eastern mountains, turning the indigo mist into a veil of liquid gold. The light hits the peak of the mound, and for a fraction of a second, the earth itself seems to glow. The transition is complete. The grief has become a memory. The memory has become a landscape. Every sound in the universe is being muffled and filtered by the new order of the Yamatai. The wind, the birds, the rhythmic thud of the distant village. They have all found a new harmonious cadence. Your own racing thoughts, the worries of the future, the noise of the modern world, the fatigue in your limbs, they are being tucked into the fresh soil of the mound, layered with the silver dust of the new dawn. You are safe here at the foot of the mountain. You are protected by the footsteps of the child queen and the silence of the ancestors. Sink down, further and further, into the grass, into the light, into the absolute rest of the echoing soil. Tap. Shh. Peace. Io turns and begins her walk back to the palace, her footsteps fading into the music of the morning. Tap, tap, tap. The mound remains behind her, a permanent, majestic sentinel in the sea of rice. The chapter is finished. The story of the Queen is whole. Every cell in your body is now vibrating in harmony with the new cycle of the sun. Sink down, further and further, into the indigo, into the silence, into the absolute rest of the Yamatai. The ancestors are home. The new queen is watching. The night is ending, but your sleep is eternal. Good night. Just sleep. The mound is steady. The dawn is quiet. Listen. Listen to the sound of the world as it begins to breathe again. You have traveled through the golden sun, the dying sky, the southern shadows, and the weight of the sacred earth. Now you are standing at the threshold of a new era. The chaos that followed the great queen's passing, the clash of bronze and iron, the shouts of the 1,000 tribes, has finally dissolved into the mists of the valleys. The air is cool, clear, and perfectly balanced, carrying the scent of the new rice shoots and the silver dew of the autumn night. This is the new moon's rise, the moment when the lineage of the sun finds its vessel in the heart of a child. Close your eyes and focus on the silence of the palace. It is not the heavy, terminal silence of the tomb, but a light, expectant quiet, a stillness that vibrates with the promise of the dawn. The cedar floorboards, once heavy with the weight of the morning, now seem to sing with a higher frequency. Listen to the sound of the first movement within the sanctuary. Swish, rustle, swish. It is the sound of fresh, white silk brushing against the grain of the wood. This is the movement of Io, the 13-year-old oracle who has been raised by the spirit of the land to hold the world together. She is the new bridge. She is the silver thread in the indigo night. Think of the boring history of this piece. The Wei Ji tells us that the fighting did not stop with spears or shields, but with the presence of this young girl. Her authority does not come from the sword, but from the resonance of her blood. Listen to the sound of her bare feet as she walks across the polished cedar. Tap, scuff, tap. Her steps are light, rhythmic, and carried with a natural, majestic grace. They are the footsteps of a history that is beginning once more, a cycle that has no end. Feel the vibration of her walk as it travels through the palace and into the very soil beneath your feet, grounding your racing thoughts into a single, beautiful permanence. Breathe in the silver light of the new moon. Breathe out the noise of the old world. Now, focus on the scent of the new sanctuary. It is no longer thick with the smoke of the funeral fires. It is the scent of fresh water, of crushed mint, and the clean, resinous aroma of newly hewn cedar. The air is light, carrying the energy of a world that has been washed clean by the rain and the silence. Io stops before the pedestal of the golden seal, her small hand reaching out to touch the cold, imperial metal. Listen for the sound of the contact. Tink. A single crystalline note rings through the room, a sound of absolute clarity that echoes off the 100 mirrors. The seal has accepted its new master. The authority of the Way and the spirit of the Yamatai have found their center in the palms of a child. Listen to the rhythmic breathing of the new Sahi, the young attendants who have been chosen to serve the new oracle. Their breath is a soft, synchronized hum that anchors the palace to the earth. They are not the guardians of the tomb, but the harbingers of the harvest. You can feel their collective energy wrapping around you like a heavy, velvet blanket of peace. The tension in your own shoulders, the worries of the century, the pain in your body, the fatigue of the modern world, is being absorbed by this youthful, rhythmic pulse. You are becoming as still and as receptive as the surface of a dark pond, waiting for the reflection of the stars. Inhale, and the lineage is secure. Exhale, and the heart is still. Imagine the texture of the darkness outside the window. The sky is a deep, velvety indigo, but it is not empty. A thin, silver crescent, the new moon, has risen over the eastern peaks, casting a ghostly, liquid light across the rice paddies. The world is being revealed once more, not in the harsh fire of the day, but in the gentle, boring majesty of the silver night. The rivers are murmuring to the stones, the crickets are singing to the grass, and the 100 tribes are dreaming together under the protection of the new queen. You are safe here, in the first breath of the new era. You are protected by the bloodline of the sun and the silence of the child. Listen to the sound of Io as she begins her first dialogue with the ancestors. Her voice is not a growl or a shout, but a low-frequency, rhythmic drone, a whisper that carries the weight of 2,000 years. It is a song of continuity, a song of the soil, a song of the absolute rest. As you listen to this sound, your own identity is dissolving into the indigo void, turning into the silver dust of the history. You are the floorboards. You are the silk. You are the new moon. Sink down, further and further into the wood, into the light, into the absolute rest of the silver lineage. Tap, swish, peace. Every sound in the universe is being muffled and filtered by the youth of the queen. The world has become a nursery of time, where everything is growing in the dark. The transition from the world of the dead to the world of the reborn is complete. There is no more past to remember. There is no more future to fear. The new queen is watching. The ancestors are home, and so are you. Your racing thoughts have been ground down by the rhythm of her footsteps, until they are nothing but microscopic vibrations in the air. Sink down, further and further, into the indigo, into the silence, into the absolute rest of the Yamatai. The history is whole. The story is continuing. The cycle is eternal, and you are a part of it all. Good night. Just sleep. The moon is new. The night is yours. Listen. Listen to the sound of the world weaving itself back together. You are standing in the great weaving hall of the Yamatai, a long wooden structure that sits at the edge of the sacred cedar grove. The era of the spears and the drums is over. The air here is no longer heavy with the scent of the storm or the chill of the eclipse. It is warm, light, and carries the earthy, comforting aroma of raw hemp, wild silk, and the sweet dust of the harvest. This is the sound of the eternal loom, the rhythmic, repetitive music of a nation returning to its daily life under the new queen. Feel the vibration of the wooden floorboards as they hum with the synchronized energy of 100 weavers. Close your eyes and focus on the primary rhythm. Click-clack, swish, thud. It is the sound of the wooden shuttle as it flies back and forth across the warp threads. Swish. The silk thread, fine as a spider's web, travels through the air with a dry, melodic hiss. Click-clack. The wooden frame of the loom settles into its place with a solid, grounding beat. Thud. The heavy wooden comb presses the new row of thread into the growing fabric. It is a monotonous, boring, and majestic cadence that mimics the heartbeat of the earth. Every row of silk is a second of history being recorded in cloth. Every movement is a ritual of restoration. Think of the boring history of the thread. For thousands of years, the women of the islands have performed this same dance. They took the fibers of the mulberry and the hemp, spinning them into long, silver lines that connect the earth to the spirit. Under the 13-year-old queen, Io, the looms have never been busier. She understands that the peace of the Yamatai is not maintained by the sword, but by the rhythm of the loom. As long as the shuttles fly, the world is in order. Feel the profound, ancient fatigue of the weavers as it settles into your own limbs. A sacred tiredness that comes from creating a world out of nothing but thread and time. Breathe in the scent of the sun-dried silk. Breathe out the tension of the era. Now, focus on the sound of the breath. 100 weavers, their lungs moving in a single, synchronized pulse that matches the movement of the shuttles. Inhale, swish. Exhale, thud. They are no longer individuals. They are a part of a giant, human machine of peace. The air in the hall is shimmering with the microscopic silver dust of the silk, catching the golden light of the afternoon sun. Watch with your inner eye as the dust motes dance in the air, swirling in the tiny currents created by the wooden frames. Flicker, sway, flicker. Your racing thoughts, the worries of the future, the noise of the modern world, the pain in your body, are being woven into the fabric. They are becoming part of the pattern, disappearing into the beautiful, boring infinity of the indigo cloth. Listen to the sound of the water. Just outside the hall, a small stream flows over the stones where the dyed silk is washed and cooled. Babble, gurgle, splash. The sound is a constant, low-frequency hum that supports the rhythm of the looms. It is the sound of the Wa, the great harmony, washing away the blood of the southern wars and the fear of the sky that died. The water is clear, cold, and carries the spirit of the mountains into the heart of the village. Every splash is a reminder that the cycle is whole, that the rice will grow, that the sun will return, and that the loom will never stop. Click, clack, swish, thud. The new queen, Io, walks through the hall. Listen to the sound of her light, rhythmic footsteps as they join the music of the weavers. Tap, tap, tap. She stops beside an ancient loom, her small hand touching the unfinished cloth. The fabric is a deep, bruised purple, the colour of the imperial way. She is weaving the islands into the world. She is connecting the mud of the paddies to the silk roads of the west. As she touches the thread, the vibration of the mirrors in the distant palace travels through the air, creating a faint, crystalline chime. Tink. The transition is complete. The oracle is no longer a ghost. She is the rhythm of the day. Now, imagine the texture of the finished cloth. It is heavy, silken, and cool to the touch. It is a weight that protects, a layer that secures the body and the soul. You are being wrapped in this fabric now, layer by layer, silk and hemp, indigo and silver. The rhythm of the loom is becoming your own heartbeat. The sound of the shuttle is becoming your own breath. Every row of thread is pulling you further and further into the dark, into the quiet, into the absolute rest of the eternal loom. The world is secure. The pattern is set. The history is whole. Inhale, and the shuttle flies. Exhale, and the comb settles. Every sound in the universe is being muffled and filtered by the weight of the silk. The wind in the cedars, the birds in the eaves, the distant voices of the village. They have all merged into a single, subharmonic drone of absolute peace. There is no more past. There is no more future. There is only the click, the clack, and the thud. You are the thread. You are the weaver. You are the piece that remains when the work is done. Sink down, further and further, into the wood, into the cloth, into the absolute rest of the Yamatai. Click, clack, swish, peace. The sun is setting, and the weavers are beginning to lay down their shuttles. The hall is falling into a deep, velvety indigo. But the rhythm remains in the air, a ghostly vibration that will continue through the night and into the next 1,000 years. The ancestors are home. The new queen is dreaming. And so are you. The fabric of the night is yours to wear. Just sleep. The loom is silent. The dawn will wait. Listen. Listen to the sound of the circle finally closing. You are standing upon the great grassy slope of the 100-step mound, looking out over the infinite horizon of the Yamatai. The sun has already dipped behind the western peaks, leaving only a thin, liquid line of crimson and gold that bleeds into the deepening indigo of the sky. Below you, the emerald rice paddies have turned into a sea of silver shadows, their surfaces perfectly still, reflecting the first cold stars of the evening. The air is cooling, carrying the scent of damp earth, of drying hay, and the ancient, resinous memory of the cedar palace. This is the infinite horizon, the moment where the history of the soil becomes the silence of the universe. Close your eyes and focus on the rhythmic pulse of the land. It is the collective heartbeat of the 1,000 tribes, now settled into a state of perfect, boring, and majestic stability. The sounds of the day, the thud of the stone hoes, the rhythmic clicking of the looms, the scuffing of the messenger's feet, have all faded into a single, sub-harmonic drone. It is the sound of a civilization that has found its center. The great harmony, the Wa, is no longer a goal to be fought for. It is the atmosphere you breathe. Feel the weight of this peace as it settles over your limbs, turning your body into a permanent part of the landscape. Breathe in the scent of the eternal earth. Breathe out the noise of the century. Think of the journey your mind has taken. From the first, frantic wind of the Jomon forests to the divine silence of the Oracle's Vale. From the cold, metallic song of the 100 mirrors to the heavy, golden weight of the Imperial Seal. All of these sounds, all of these textures, are now being woven together into a single, silken shroud of memory. The Queen Himiko, the young girl Io, the brother, the Sahi, they are all shadows now, drifting into the indigo mist of the horizon. They have done their work. They have secured the silence. And now, they are inviting you to join them in the long, silver sleep of the ancestors. Listen to the sound of the wind. It is no longer a gale or a storm. It is a soft, rhythmic sigh that brushes against the tall grass of the mound. Shh. Shh. It is the breath of the islands, cooling after the heat of the history. It carries the spirit of the mud, the salt of the Tsushima Strait, and the wisdom of the cedar logs. As it touches your skin, it pulls away the last fragments of your identity, the worries of the future, the pain in your body, the clutter of your modern life. They are being carried away by the wind, scattered like silver dust across the dark water of the paddies. You are becoming empty. You are becoming receptive. You are becoming the horizon. Inhale, and the shadows merge. Exhale, and the heart is whole. Now, focus on the presence of the deep record. Beneath your feet, within the heart of the stone chamber, the Queen and her attendants are dreaming. They are dreaming of the rice that will grow for another 1,000 years. They are dreaming of the mountains that will never move. They are dreaming of you. You are the fulfillment of their prayer. You are the evidence that the harmony has survived. Every cell in your body is now vibrating at the same frequency as the granite and the bronze, a frequency of absolute, unyielding rest. There is no more past to mourn. There is no more future to fear. The history is a closed book of silk and wood. Tink. A final microscopic vibration rings through the air, a sound of absolute clarity that signals the end of the chapter. It is the sound of a single drop of dew falling from a rice leaf into the dark water. Plink. The ripple travels across the pond, reaching the edges of the world. before the surface becomes perfectly still once more. The transition from the world of noise to the world of the infinite is complete. You are safe here, in the arms of the Yamatai. You are protected by the weight of the mound and the light of the new moon. Sink down, further and further, into the soil, into the dark, into the absolute rest of the infinite horizon. Imagine the darkness as a beautiful, heavy cloth. It is being wrapped around you now, layer by layer. Silk and hemp, indigo and shadow. It is the fabric of the eternity, woven by the looms of the ancestors. It is warm. It is steady. It is home. The 100 mirrors are watching you. The golden seal is guarding you. The Sun Queen is whispering to you in the language of the silence. Sleep. Just sleep. The dawn is miles away. The night is eternal. The Wa is you. Shh. Peace. The story of the Yamatai has found its end, but the vibration remains. It will continue to pulse in the wood, in the metal, and in the rhythm of your own breath. But for now, you can let go. You can let the history carry you into the deep silver void. The horizon is calling. The soil is waiting. The peace is absolute. Sink down, further and further, into the indigo, into the quiet, into the rest. Good night. Just sleep. The Yamatai is at rest. The history is whole, and so are you. Farewell. The dawn will be quiet.